All here and we're all live, everybody. Sorry to those of you who have been waiting for us to get started. Our closed session ran a little bit long, but I am now happy to call to order the regular board meeting of Tuesday, March 8th. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Student Trustee Dana.
Here.
Student Trustee Lira.
Here.
Trustee Boyd.
Here.
Trustee Davidson.
Here.
Trustee Doss. Trustee Doss. We'll come back to him. Vice President Duran.
Here.
President Hinckley.
Here.
Superintendent Wells.
Here.
And Trustee Doss. I can see him, I just can't hear him. Okay.
Hello?
Yes, we were just doing a roll call. You're here?
All right, he's here. Great. And I will now recite for those who want to join in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can we have our mission statement and meeting norms read, please?
Okay. The mission of Albany Unified School District is to provide excellent public education that empowers all to achieve their fullest potential as productive citizens. AUSD is committed to creating comprehensive learning opportunities in a safe, supportive, and collaborative environment, addressing the individual needs of each student.
Our meeting norms are as follows. 1. Maintain a focus on what is best for our students. 2. Ensure a safe environment for all views to be expressed, treating each other, staff, and the public respectfully. 3. Endeavor to find common solutions to issues through collaboration without sacrificing one's beliefs and what is best for students. And 4. Make a commitment to effective deliberation, each one listening with an open mind while others are allowed to express their own points of view even if one disagrees.
Thank you. There was no action taken in closed session tonight. I would like a motion to approve our agenda for this evening.
I move that we approve our agenda for tonight.
I'll second that.
Trustee Dana.
Yes.
Trustee Lira.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yes.
Trustee Doss. Trustee Doss. Vice President Duran.
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes.
Trustee Doss. Okay.
All right. The agenda is approved with one abstention from Trustee Doss. I'll turn it over to you, Superintendent Wells, for tonight's spotlight on Marin Elementary. You're muted. It's a good night for Zoom. We still can't hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
There you go.
Tonight, we're fortunate, like as we always, that means it's going to be a great meeting with a great way to kick off. We have Marin and Marin Principal Poole here tonight to do the honors. And so at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Principal Poole.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Thank you for that introduction, Dr. Wells, and thank you for making time for us tonight to hear about some of the things that we've got going on at Marin Elementary. I am super psyched to have a couple members of my amazing Marin team here, Assistant Principal Dodson and our fourth grade teacher extraordinaire, Zoe Pearson. We're gonna give a little presentation to you together tonight. And Mr. Dodson, go ahead and share your screen and get that presentation up on the screen to share with everybody. Thank you. All righty, guys. It's loading. There it is. Thank you so much. All right, tonight we would like to focus on some of the work that we've been doing on creating a positive school environment with Pbis, also known as Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports. Next slide, please. So these are not Marin students. I want to assure you of that. It's just a quick little clip that we got from the lovely internet, but just to give you an idea of coming back to school after remote learning, being away from our peers and our school for a year and a half presented some significant challenges. Of those, we hadn't been in community for a year and a half. So students were not around their peers to practice their compromising, negotiation, patience, acknowledging and having compassion for one another's differences and perspectives. And so these were muscles that we all needed to learn to stretch and grow and remember that we have. Next slide, please. So, and Pbis gave us a roadmap and a foundation to build upon. We, according to the Center on Pbis, Positive Behavior Intervention and Supports schools, districts, and states to build systems capacity for implementing a multi-tiered approach to social, emotional, and behavior support. Again, Marin had the additional challenge this year, not only coming back like everybody else did from remote learning, but we were on 2 campuses that were brand new to us this year. So we had to learn how to live together on those campuses and figure out what the rules were together while we were in the process of conducting school, which created another layer of challenge that I'm pleased to say my staff took on wholeheartedly, and we've made really great gains and some solid traction on. And this is where I would like to turn it over to Assistant Principal Dodson.
All right. Thanks, Principal Poole. Thank you, everybody. Hope everybody's having a wonderful evening. The first thing we had to do when we got together at the beginning of this year is, as Principal Poole stated, we were on 2 different sites coming out of COVID. We really had to define what it is that we want our students to know and do. Kind of there's an old adage in education, right? If students are struggling to read, we teach. If students are struggling with a mathematical concept, we teach. So the saying should go, if students are struggling with their behavior, we don't punish our way out of it, we teach. We want to teach those expected behaviors. So that was the first thing we did. We had to get together as a whole staff, and we had to do this on 2 separate sites, so double the work, and the Marin staff was incredible with this work. We took our 3 Bs, be safe, be respectful, be responsible. We actually have a 4th B now, and we had to define, based on each location on each of those sites, what that behavior expectation is. You'll notice that, if you ask your students, for example, what Pbis is, they probably won't know that acronym, but if you ask them what are the school Bs, hopefully they should be able to tell you that. It's really, really important that we have this kind of universal shared common language. And another thing I'd like you to notice is the affirmative language. You can do these at home, actually. It's a really fun exercise to do with your kids. What does it look like to be safe, respectful, responsible at home in the morning when you're getting ready for school? Notice that affirmative language. You wouldn't say, don't yell at your siblings. You would say, please use a kind voice when talking with your siblings. The idea is that we want to teach them not what not to do, but what is the expected behavior. So that's where we started the year with. And I think Ms. Pearson's going to tell us kind of what we did next.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for having us here tonight. And so kind of like Assistant Principal Dodson shared, after we identified the behaviors that are desired, defined what they looked like in various spaces, then it comes time to actually teach them. It's not enough to teach them once. It's not enough to have the idea of them, but teaching them is the way to ensure that students understand and that we don't assume students know how to be, but that we actually explicitly teach that. So if we take a look at the next slide, thanks. We came up with a pretty creative way of doing this. Got everybody involved. We got some staff members involved, got many students involved, and we created these videos, example videos of what does that actually look like? What does being safe or respectful or responsible look like in the various places at school? And students did just a fantastic job of demonstrating those behavior expectations. Then we pulled together our naughtiest staff members and we recorded them breaking all of the rules. And then we shared that with students. And this was a really fun and engaging way for all students, 1st through 5th grade, to really have a clear picture in their mind of what it looks like to demonstrate the 4 Bs. And also just, it's fun to see your teacher, be bad. So we don't have the entire video for you, but we just wanted to share a little tiny bit of it. So that's on the next slide.
Could somebody give me a quick thumbs up if you can see and hear this?
Yes, we can see and hear it.
Thank you.
Are these teachers acting like Marin dolphins? What should they do instead?
Apologies, let me see if I can get it moving there. All right, Zoe, am I up next there? All right. I still have yet to figure out how to do a video on this thing smoothly. Let's see if we get through this. No. All right, there we go. Okay, so thanks, Zoe. Once we've now taught those behaviors, like Zoe said, right, it's not enough for us to just teach it once. This is where the reinforcement of those behaviors is really critical. And so this year, we're really excited that we were able to roll out Dolphin tickets. And Dolphin tickets are a way that we can all support and reinforce the positive behavior choices that our students are making. These were really powerful because so many teachers already have amazing classroom behavior systems that reinforce positive behavior. But one thing what Pbis does is it makes it school-wide and universal. So that means that Principal Poole, myself, Miss Pearson can give Dolphin tickets out to people not just in their classroom or not just at their site, but all over the school. It's a commonly understood language that we all have. So you can see there's a picture up here, not even just the adults, our noon supervisors, our office staff that can give out Dolphin tickets, but also our conflict managers, older 4th and 5th grade students that are coming down to the younger campus and giving out Dolphin tickets. It's really just been kind of a nice morale boost for everybody. It also helps us focus on a focused behavior of the week. So each Monday, Ms. Poole and I get on and we announce this is the behavior that we're really looking to give out some Dolphin tickets for. So for example, this week, it was a big transition to optional masking outside. Our focused behavior this week was that no matter what, if you have your mask on or off, it's got to stay on your body at all times. And students did an incredible job with it. We really were impressed with all the students, whether they were wearing their mask or not, keeping it on their bodies so we didn't lose it and there was an easy transition back to the classroom. We were also able to send out some Dolphin Postcards. So everybody check those mailboxes. We thought this was a really nice way, again, not just to reinforce the positive behavior at school, but we want to connect that and partner with our families at home. So all Marin families this year will be getting a postcard at some point. If you haven't gotten it yet, it's okay. It's on its way before the end of the year. You'll be getting a postcard from your classroom teacher, kind of reinforcing some of the awesome things that you're doing at school. And for anybody who has gotten one of these so far, it's been reported to us that it's just giant smiles and real feelings of pride and joy in their school when you get one of those. So those are a few of the ways of many, many different ways that staff are really trying to reinforce those positive behaviors. And then I think Ms. Pearson's going to talk to us about the data.
This one's mine, Mr. Dodson. I got you on data.
Thank you, Principal Poole.
That's all good. I got you on data monitoring to inform decision making. Yeah, I'm really psyched about the efforts that our district is making across the board to really lean on data and refine our data protocols for gathering student information so that we can make better decisions about how to support individual students. And so in implementing Pbis, I'm really pleased that my team took on the piece around data monitoring for behavior and what that could look like. Next slide, please. This is a screenshot of some of the spreadsheet that our fabulous and amazing office managers put together for us. It's a way for us to track progress on the number of Dolphin tickets that we hand out to students and each week. So on the left-hand side, you can see that all the student names have been eliminated, of course, but you can see that we are able to keep track of totals by week. We're able to keep track of who wins that Dolphin ticket drawing on Friday, so that we know so that we can spread the joy amongst the entire campus. And then the yellow highlights are for folks who might not be receiving Dolphin tickets, so that we can focus our lens and make sure that every child at Marin feels that positive reinforcement and praise and encouragement from their teachers and the adults and staff members that they work with, and right down to the conflict managers as well, those 4th and 5th grade students also. So this is where we provide teachers with information about who they're getting those Dolphin tickets out to, and so that they can make sure that everyone receives that positive encouragement. All right, next slide, please. And then with that, Ms. Pearson is going to talk about what's next.
Okay, so if you can see, we've done quite a bit of work this year to establish behavior expectations, teach them, reinforce them. And Brian, if you could go to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about like how we keep this going. Brian talked a little bit about the ways that we keep it going facing students. But really, this is something that as a staff, we also are working on. So there's now a team of Marin staff members that are part of a Pbis team. And there are a few goals of our team, and the practice is that this is an ongoing way for us to check in about the climate of our school and look at data as a way to inform decisions made and supports that are needed in order to make sure that students understand behavior expectations, are taught them, and feel sort of a sense of being in community with one another. So a few goals of our team are to develop a shared understanding of what the foundational principles of Pbis are, focus on tier 1 supports. So those would be supports for the whole school. What does everyone at school get? And interventions that impact school-wide climate and culture. And then utilize data from students and staff to inform our decision-making and next steps. Right. I think that's all.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Pearson. Just a couple more bits to add around, what's up next for us as well. Not only does this fit into our school-wide, district-wide, frankly, effort in focusing on multi-tiered systems of support. Pbis is just one of the aspects that we look at in looking at behavior and how those multi-tiers work together. But Marin's got a big transition ahead of us with our building being built. I don't know if you've seen the walls go up recently, but it's getting exciting. It's happening, and we're looking forward to moving into our new site. And we're acutely aware that students and staff together is going to have to figure out what the rules and behavior expectations are for our new campus. And so this is something that we look forward to taking with us when we move back to our new campus and our new school. And we're looking forward to that. So yeah, thank you so much for listening to our presentation. If anybody's got any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Great, thank you. Board, any questions or comments? Yeah, Trustee Boyd.
I don't have a question, but as a proud Marin parent, I just have to say I very much enjoyed the presentation. Thank you so much. And a lucky parent in Miss Pearson's classroom this year as well. So wonderful. I've heard a great deal about the Dolphin ticket. Sometimes we're disappointed that we do good things, but still don't get a Dolphin ticket. But I, say that you keep doing the good behavior, and you're going to get lucky at some point. I'm also super excited for our Dolphin postcard. We have not gotten it yet, but I have something to look forward to now. But just happy for a long time now, Marin parent, and love everything that goes on the campus there, and especially with the move to the new building, which I thought was going to be difficult somehow, but you all handled it masterfully. And so just thank you for the presentation and everything that you're all doing.
Thank you.
Yeah. Trustee Dana.
Yeah, I'd like to say similar things. The Pbis system seems like a great way to discipline kids. I don't want to say discipline because I know that has negative connotations. But when you talked about the affirmative language, I was just like, yes. And then also, I had a single question that really it was just a small portion of the slideshow. It was, what is the fourth B? Because I went to Marin and I only learned the 3, so I'd like to know the 4th. And otherwise, yeah, I really enjoyed the presentation.
Thanks, Trustee Dana. Yeah, appreciate it. Nice to see you tonight as a former Marin student and here at now a student board member. That's very exciting. And yeah, the 4th B that we adopted just this year is to be kind. So we're hoping to build that foundation as kids grow up. It's an important part of being human in the world. So
I love that. Thank you.
Vice President Duran.
First, I just wanted to thank the Marin staff that are present tonight. You've had long days, both before tonight and after tonight. They will continue. So I just really want to thank you for your efforts and your presentation tonight. A very informative and educational presentation for me. I was not familiar with the Pbis. And the only question I really had was, Ms. Poole, you spoke about foundations, and I'm wondering if you all have been dreaming about your foundations continuing till secondary to AMS and then Albany High School, so that what the foundations that the elementary schools develop in students, if somehow we could figure out how that continues, of course, in appropriate age language for the secondary students.
Absolutely. Thank you for your comment and your question, Trustee Duran. And it's a pleasure to be here tonight for sure to talk to you guys about this, even at the end of a long day. So thank you for that. I have to say that secondary is a part of implementing this. When we first recognized a need to get Pbis started at Marin, I got to say that, and give credit where credit is due, Principal Brill over at the middle school spoke with me at great length about the Pbis systems that she had in place over at the middle school, the videos that they had to introduce staff and show behaviors that they needed, and it really provided us with a good deal of guidance. And me as another site principal, just somebody to touch base with around what she had going. So she definitely helped us. I can't claim that we started this in Albany. Would love to, but certainly leaned on the middle school and our fabulous staff support again. Assistant Principal Dodson and Ms. Pearson have been instrumental in getting this effort lifted off the ground. But yeah, definitely looking to, carry that momentum on through the middle school and high school. And truly the middle school's emphasis on their 4th B, being an ally, I think is a really natural, really great progression for our older students. And would be curious to chat with the high school as well on that. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you so much. And we love the video. So it would, I know that you only showed part of that to us. So if you wouldn't mind making sure that the staff has the link to the full video so that we can share that out. We're we're like kids. We love movies. But I just love the whole attitude and, thinking about how we can do some modeling for adults along the same lines. So thank you so much for coming, and have a good evening. And thanks for letting us know what's happening at Marin.
Great. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right. So we will now move to our consent calendar for tonight. If there are board questions or anything else or a motion. Yeah, go ahead, Trustee Boyd.
I would like to pull the contract with Elevations Academy from the consent calendar, if it's possible that we could discuss that one.
So this is, sorry, I don't have it open. So this would be item 7G. You want to pull and discuss after the rest of the calendar? Got it. Trustee Doss.
Yes, there's an appointment within that I'd like to pull and discuss.
Which you mean part of the personnel assignment order?
Yes.
7H. Okay.
I don't have it. I have it pulled up in front of me for the exact number, but I think we're on the same page.
Okay. Can you clarify which appointment?
Yes. Let me take a look. One moment, please.
It's the Executive Director of Student Services. Is that right, Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Okay. So with those two items set aside, can we do a vote on the rest of the consent calendar and then move to those as separate action items? Or is there any other questions about the rest of the calendar?
With those changes, I move that we approve tonight's consent calendar.
A second.
So this would be items 7A, 7B, 7C, 7D, 7E, 7F, and 7I. Just for the record.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. Trustee Dana?
Yes.
Trustee Lira?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Vice President Durand?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
All right, so those items pass unanimously, and we'll go in order, starting with item 7G, master contract between Elevations Academy Rehabilitation Center and Albany Unified School District.
Madam Chair, President Hinckley, can I ask that we go in reverse order and deal with the personnel before the contract while we have the personnel here, and then get into the contract, if that's okay?
Sure. All right, so we're doing item 7, sorry, close this again. Item 7H, the certified personnel assignment order, and we're discussing in particular the new hire executive director of student services, and the proposed appointment is for Deborah Brill.
And before I do all the introduction, Trustee Doss wanted to discuss it and have a comment or two, and then I can do the introduction, if that's okay.
Trustee Doss, did you have a question?
Yeah, I had a few questions. I was just waiting to be, when it was, my turn. Yeah, so I had a couple of questions. One, I was hoping that maybe we could get like a shortened version, of the kind of hiring process, what that looked like. You don't have to go through like, every single step, but just kind of like a shortened version of kind of, what it looked like. And I can tell you why I think it's important, because as we're, taking a look at it, the community's kind of taking a look at it, it might seem as if we had this open position, we had an internal candidate, we just move one person from one place to another place, and that there wasn't due diligence, and that we didn't go in depth and look at outside candidates and different things like that. So just wondering, just if we could kind of share that so the community knows that the district office did listen to the board when we talked about this previously, and did kind of change the way we go about hiring and things like that. So that's kind of like the first part of my question. So should we kind of tackle that, and then I can go into the next one? Or
if you give us both, because we might be able to fuse them in both of them in our response, if you'd be so kind to do that.
But I don't want you to fuse them in. I want them to be separate. No, that's fine. I can ask both questions. And then my second question is actually for Principal Brill, which is I just kind of would like to hear. Well, it's kind of like maybe like a two-parter, which is I'd like to hear about her thoughts and how she felt about kind of going through the process and how it was for her as an internal candidate, and her thoughts and wishes for what she would like to see as she transitions into this new role.
Yeah. Trustee Dawson, I got to tell you that Principal Brill already went through the interviewing process. Did you want to publicly interview her? Is that where we're going now?
Well, there were no board members invited to participate in the process, so I guess I got to do what I got to do.
I'm going to answer the first one. As you soon find out, Ms. Brill is more than capable of handling herself, and will welcome the challenge. So thank you for the banter. But on a serious note, let's get into the abbreviated version that already know so well about, but for the purpose of the public to hear it and for us to share it for the public consumption. And we're going to have our Chief Human Resource Officer give us the abbreviated version of the hiring process.
Certainly. So first we advertised for the position, and typically we advertise on EdJoin, longstanding, system that we use. Everyone in California uses EdJoin, but we extended our advertisements. We also advertised with ACSA, the Association of California School Administrators. We advertised with the Association of African American School Administrators and the Association of Latino Superintendents and Administrators. And we did get a strong applicant pool from which we selected 4 candidates to interview. And we had a nice sized panel to interview these candidates, 2 cabinet members, 2 site administrators, 2 teachers, 1 classified person. And we were fortunate to have 3 parents on the panel that represented the Black Parent Engagement Group, Asian Pacific Islander Parent Engagement Group, and the Albany Disability Squad. And other groups were also invited. We just didn't have any folks that volunteered to participate. So that is, the panel, I wasn't part of the panel, I was just there facilitating, but the panel selected Ms. Brill as their first choice to move forward to become our new Executive Director of Student Services.
And let me add that we can't speak of the new Executive Director of Student Services without speaking about our current and amazing superstar, current Executive Director of Student Services, and that is Alexia Ritchie, who's been with Albany Unified School District over a span of 4 decades. And her legacy is just amazing. And so I got to tell you that Executive Alexia Ritchie, as you all know, is retiring this year. And that's a hard pill to swallow for me because of the work that she has done and the respect I have for her as a colleague and as an educator, uncompromising, putting kids first and being a champion for disenfranchised kids. And so as we welcome a new person coming on, we have an educator that's leaving us. Although she promised to stay in the area and for us to reach out to her, I just wanted to put that in context. And then but she stayed out of the hiring process. But when I told her who was the top candidate and who we were moving forward, she was jumping for joy because they've worked together over decades and they know each other work. And so this is going to be a seamless transition. And we're not losing Alexia. She's retiring and we're respecting that, but we're going to keep her around because we need to. But I just thought I'd share that piece.
Actually, before
how did you want to handle the next part of the questions?
I typically I would object to publicly interviewing someone after they've already gone through the official interview. But in this case, we all know each other, and I think the question that Trustee Doss asked is a wonderful question for Principal Brill to respond to, because I think I just think it is. And so, if Principal Brill, if you'd be so kind to take on Trustee Doss' question, that would be great.
Sure, happy to. Thank you all for having me here tonight. I think what I am really thrilled about is that I've been in the district now for 22 years and had the experience of being among our amazing teaching staff and being a safe and inclusive schools coordinator that have put our original Pbis that you heard the presentation on in place throughout our district, K-8, and to work with the high school as a parent liaison, to be an assistant principal. And then this is my now 9th year as principal at the middle school. And, you know, sort of bittersweet. I love being at the school site and the transformation. We have our Unity Week this week, which is our week that celebrates diversity and kindness and really just works to kind of uplift all of the wonderful things that we have in our middle school community, and just watching all of the teachers and students out there together and celebrating. And I thought about all of the things that have happened during my time in the middle school and the things that I've accomplished with the amazing staff that I work with. And I think what I'm really excited about in this next stage is being able to bring some of that to the district level. The thing that I've always thought about, thing that actually brought me out of the classroom to begin with, is just this piece that we have this really incredible opportunity at Albany to be on the leading edge and to, as we're kind of working to really systemically shift our education system, we have this small district, 3 elementaries, middle, high school, and continuation high. We have an incredibly involved parent community, incredibly involved board of education. We have teachers who stick around and really give their whole careers to our district. And so we have this ability to make shifts, the types of shifts that we're really wanting to see. And I feel like I've worked hard to do that at my site. We've completely shifted all of our ways of approaching suspensions, as you heard about in our last meeting. We've changed the way that we have all of our students be able to access general ed, all of the access to general ed classes. We've completely shifted all of these pieces at our school site. And this is an opportunity for me to help to support our district as a whole. We have wonderful teachers throughout the district, wonderful administrators throughout the district. And this will give me the opportunity to help use kind of the expertise that I've gained and with the team that I've worked at my site to be able to bring that to the full district and to help to make these transformations. And if you think about how many of our students, we have an incredibly high percentage that start in kindergarten or TK at our district, sometimes even preschool, who go all the way through our high school. And so to be able to articulate what we're doing with them from a social, emotional, social justice lens, what we're doing with them from an academic lens, how do we provide early intervention to our students? We have an incredible opportunity. And I'm just excited to work with this amazing team at this next level.
Let me just say that we had an incredible competitive pool, but I think we have to remind folks that Deb is the most recent Association of California School Administrator of the year. She's recognized as the best of the best. And so to have a pool and to get the best and the finest and happen to be right here in your district was a true blessing for us as a district. I'm the kind of superintendent who likes to hire within and without a healthy balance. But I say, let's take the best for our kids because they deserve it. And so that's the reason why I'm bringing before the board tonight our very own principal administrator of the year, Deb Brill.
Great, thank you.
I had follow up, if that's okay.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I was just waiting on the okay there. So a couple of follow ups. One is for the candidates that were not chosen but were kind of runner ups and make it, kind of to that final process. Do we have a mechanism in place where we kind of keep them on file so that when other positions open, we have those top candidates that people, liked, but that we didn't end up, going with in the end, but that, make it to the end, make a good impression on, people around. That's my kind of first follow-up question. My last follow-up question for this section is, one of the things that Principal Brill has done an amazing job with during her time in the district is hiring through an equity lens, I think is the best way to put it. And she has the most diverse staff within our district. In order for us to move forward together, we have to call it how we see it. And she has a very diverse staff over at the middle school, and it's not even close in terms of comparing the other sites. And so I'm not saying that to put down anybody else. I'm saying it because we have this person who has figured it out. And so now we have her in a leadership role in the district office. So it will be my request as a board member that we lean on the things that she's been able to do to diversify her staff at the middle school so that we can expand that and have that at our 3 elementary schools where it's been a little bit of a struggle. And so I'm hoping that we can kind of officially put something in place that will allow Principal Brill, soon to be Director Brill, to have her hands on that process so that we can expand the diversity amongst our elementary schools and in the other areas. And those are my final questions. Thank you.
Thank you for Trustee Doss. Thank you for your comments. But to your question about whether or not we keep candidates who show promise and were outstanding, we do keep them in a pool as part of our recruitment when other positions open up, and tap them and encourage them to apply for the next position. So the short answer is yes.
Great. So there is a hand raised. I'm going to assume that's public comment on this item, and then we can move toward a vote on this one before we move to the 7G. Go ahead. Sorry, stalling for the timer. Go ahead, Yolanda.
Thank you. I have one comment, 2 questions, and 1 request. I promise to be quick. And just to be clear, none of these comments are in any way related to the specifics of hiring Principal Brill, who I understand to be an excellent hire, but rather just to the overall process that Board Member Doss was getting at. First, I just want us to make sure that we publicly acknowledge that this personnel decision does make our district office less diverse. I think we just have to really make sure we acknowledge that, and we don't pretend that that's not happening here. Second, I would like to be sure that the hiring panel was truly diverse, and I'm wondering, there were some details provided here, but it was a little bit opaque or vague, and so I think what's also important that we are transparent and about who is on these panels. To that end, my third my third comment is, I would like to understand why board members weren't on the hiring panel. I don't know if that's a rule or why, but it seems like that would be a good thing to add to the hiring process in the future. And finally, on this general topic, I hope, and I don't know, we may do this already, but I hope that we regularly and publicly evaluate our data on hiring, both district office and staff, including teachers, so that we hold each school accountable for hiring a diverse staff and with an equity lens. Thank you.
Thank you. That's our only public comment, Julie. All right. Superintendent Wells, I don't know if you want to respond to the question of how we make up the hiring panels and
we just President Hinckley, we just explained as we bring additional future candidates forward. But as our Chief Human Resource Officer referenced, she listed a number of groups and people who participated in this. There was a very serious effort to have a diverse group of folks participating, including our parents and various groups throughout the community. Can it be a bit more diverse? Absolutely. But I think we're moving in the right direction. And so I want to leave it at that for now, but that's where we are.
And we do, as a district, have as both a district priority and the superintendent's priority for the year to work on diversity and hiring. So that's been a long-standing area in which we gather data and see how we're doing. All right, can I get a motion on this item, which is item 7H, the certified personnel assignment order and classified PAO. Yeah, go ahead.
I might have missed it, but was there an answer as to whether or not board members were not on the hiring committee for this position?
Oh, I can respond to that. Board members typically are not on the hiring committee outside of the superintendent. This year, I did tap some board members to participate in some kind of as a, I won't say as a, I wanted to see how effective and how enhancing that might be. So we don't have a rule to have school board members on it or not, but I think based on me having school board members on the last few, what I'm getting back is that they like that and they like to continue that practice, but it wasn't a part of the practice prior to. As a board, members only have one employee, and that's me. But I think we're on to something. What I'm hearing, and I probably have to be explicit and talk to each board member offline about whether or not they would like to continue that practice or not. But it wasn't a normal practice.
All right, so I'm still looking for a motion on 7H, our personnel assignment order for tonight.
I move that we approve the personnel assignment order.
I second.
Irena?
Yes.
Lira?
Yes.
Trustee Doss? Trustee Doss?
Sorry, it wasn't letting me unmute. Yes.
Vice President Jerome?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. So our personnel assignment order passes unanimously. Congratulations, Principal Brill, soon to be Executive Director Brill.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming under the whatever this is, spotlight tonight. And we look forward to seeing what you do for the district.
Thank you. I look forward to working with you all in the new capacity.
Great. Yes, Trustee Doss.
Oh yeah, I just was hoping to get just an acknowledgement and then maybe a follow-up in like a Friday update or by email in terms of my comment about the kind of hiring practices and things moving forward, and tapping into Principal Brill's superpower over there. We don't have to get into it right now, but just kind of getting back to me on how we're going to incorporate that as we move forward. Would be greatly appreciated. Also, I saw a public comment from Sarah Haler, and I don't know if we missed it or maybe she changed her mind and decided not to speak, but I did want to acknowledge that we did see you, and if you still had something to say, we can call on you if you're still interested in speaking. I just wanted to make sure that she didn't think we skipped over her. Thanks.
I don't see any hands up, but.
All right, cool.
All right, so we're going to move to item 7G, the master contract between Elevations Academy Rehabilitation Center and Albany Unified School District. And we'll start with board questions. I think it was Trustee Boyd who asked that we do this item separately.
Yes, I just, I wanted to give the board and Dr. Biggs, Superintendent Wells, also if they would like, but certainly I would love to hear from Dr. Biggs, just an opportunity to talk about our relationship with that academy. You know, there were some concerns raised from the community about previous practices, complaints from some previous students who were treated there, and you know, the choice to have our students going to a treatment facility that is, you know, out of state, some distance away. And so I just wanted to give the community and Dr. Biggs, as I said, an opportunity to speak to the district's choice of that academy and our comfort and confidence with the services that are provided in the treatment of our students there.
Thank you, Trustee Boyd, and hello, board and Superintendent Wells and Albany Unified. You know, I really appreciate the question. I think one thing, just stepping back, is it's no easy decision to make a decision as an IEP team to have a student have a change of placement from their district of residence to a non-public school, and especially to a residential facility, which is a 24-hour 7 days a week therapeutic educational placement, which is a little different than what we may have in the surrounding areas as far as psychiatric facilities that are short-term stabilization. It's an educational placement decision that is determined by an IEP team that the student's needs require that level of support. When the district is looking at placements, we do a thorough review of our CDE directory, which are non-public schools, both within the state of California as well as outside California, that are approved by the California Department of Education to deliver specialized instruction for students with IEPs. And so there's a handful. Well, there's a lot throughout the United States that have been accredited, and they go through their own accreditation process that allows federal dollars to be able to be spent through the IEP for a student's placement. And they have to make sure that they adhere to all the different provisions under IDEA for a student to be able to make adequate progress on their goals and also be safe. And so when we're looking for programs, not one program doesn't fit every single student. So we have residential treatment facility programs that specialize in various different areas, from anything from students that have obsessive compulsive tendencies, suicidal ideation, students with extreme behaviors, and students that are lower functioning. And so part of my job, my program specialist job, is to look at the profile of the student that we receive as from the IEP team of requiring a higher level of care. And that's where we go out and we start looking at some of the programs that we have current relationships with, as well as programs that we've had pre-existing relationships with, as well as programs that we've had some of our SEPL partners had relationships with. And we start interviewing, we start reviewing their programs and seeing if it would be a goodness of fit and going through an application process. And so it's a long process for a student to be placed from the IEP table to a residential treatment facility, and it's done very thoughtfully from the district's position, because we're putting a lot of money out there for our students to be able to get the support, and we want to make sure that support is top notch. And so, one thing that I can say about Albany is, we haven't contracted with Elevations before, so this is a new relationship. But it is, based on my review, the best program for this particular student that we're going to be placing. Every student that we have currently 6 students throughout the district that are placed within residential treatment facilities. And some of them start off at a residential facility that we think is going to be the best placement, or that their families think they're going to be the best placement, and they place unilaterally, and we support until we decide we learn that it's not the best placement. You know, it is part of it is seeing how a student responds and the district's response to any challenges that come up. For instance, if a student is not responding to treatment, Albany is there to support trying to figure out how we're going to have that student make progress. It may be helping the student with a change of therapist at a particular facility, or it may be changing a facility. And so when we go into thinking of a new residential treatment facility like Elevations, we're very hyper-vigilant with our process of vetting the program, understanding the program design, the relationship that the facility is going to expect to have with Albany Unified School District, because, you know, we're pretty hands-on. And as far as the incidents that have occurred, yeah, I saw the reports. Those incident reports were, you know, nothing that were outstanding, considering the population of students that these facilities are dealing with. As I mentioned in an email and also the board backup, you know, we've had students that have gone AWOL. There's students that have self-harming behaviors. The thing of it is, it's if it is periodic, if it's consistent, and if there's not a response initiative from the facilities, that's an issue. And if it's periodic and persistent and there's no response initiative from the district, that's an issue. What I can say about Elevations, all of those allegations on those incident reports were cleared by the Utah Department, health system, and they, rectified those challenges. And I believe those incidents date back years ago, not recently. And so one of the things that these facilities are up against, they're up against the Utah facilities, the Utah regulations, as well as California Department of Education. So they have multiple regulatory agencies that they're having to adhere to. So if I have a student that has, an incident, I get notified. And as soon as I get notified, we hold an IEP, or I'm out there, or I'm meeting with the therapist, or I'm meeting with the student to see what's going on and see what we can do to make things different. So I'm not worried whatsoever about Elevations, not because I don't, mostly because I know of our department's response initiative to make sure that it's going to be a positive transition for the student, as well as a response from the district. If it is not working out, we'll do everything that we can to make it, to see if the student can thrive there, and if not, look for another placement for this particular student. And so I hope that answers some of your questions, but it's something that we take very seriously within Albany as far as thinking about a residential treatment facility for a student. In all honesty, it's, we're very also, not just residential treatment facilities, but non-public schools, the same thing. And as much as I would love to have students, close by with their families, because these students that are in residential treatment facilities, it's an artificial environment, but they need that artificial environment away from their families, because if they were at home, and when they were at home, they were at risk for self-harm, for hurting themselves. And I worry that, if we as an IEP team didn't do anything, those students may have had even more significant issues that weren't being able to be supported through a therapeutic residential treatment center that, could even end in fatality. And so I really worry about our students with social emotional challenges that have IEPs. And, whenever we're thinking about a residential treatment facility, we take all the necessary precautions in order to ensure their placement is safe and they're making adequate educational gains along their IEP goals, and working towards a transition to come back down, because like I said, it's artificial. So we want to build that skill and muscle so that they can translate those skills to be independent and self-sufficient, and manage with the coping skills that they learn within the facilities, so that they can live and survive and be productive members of society, and hopefully come back to our high school and be able to graduate like a couple of our students that are doing it this year.
I got one for all the future responses from Dr. Biggs. If you want the details, let him go and he'll give you the details. If you want an abbreviated version, you have to be explicit and tell him to give you the abbreviated version.
Sorry.
All right, I'll take the abbreviated version of this. Could you just be very specific about how often, how you interact with students when they're in these placements to gauge what their experience is?
I spoke to a student last night. Over winter break, I spoke to a student every day.
So you check in with them monthly or quarterly or weekly
So part of our residential treatment case management protocol that I developed in 2011 was quarterly. But, you know, we've experienced the need to be more involved because these are our students. And we want to be, you know, integrated within their treatment. We want to be integrated with their plan to return back home, you know, and so I would say monthly. We talk to our therapists. We are part of the therapist. We talk to the students. And some students are doing really well and are making that step down. And so we fade some of our support because that's the natural, you know, transition of services. And so typically we're very hot and heavy at the very beginning and being able to support those students with their transition in. And then once they're in a cadence of making progress, we kind of fade our support, but are always there as a safety net and ready to respond when necessary. But I would say monthly.
All right, thank you. Vice President Duran.
I'm sorry.
You're on mute.
Yeah, gotcha. Thank you. One comment, one question. The comment is that this is just such a deep issue. You know, I think all of us react personally, you know, as parents. But from the letters, a couple letters that the board did receive from parents, I don't know if you got a copy of those, Dr. Biggs, but they were highly complimentary of you and your interactions with both the parents and the students, and feeling very comfortable with the kind of decisions that are made for their kids. So I just wanted to be sure that you were aware of that, because I think that's really ultimately what the board needs to look for, to, you know, to find those reassurances that as a district, we are being as responsible as we possibly can be, doing everything we can for these students. So certainly the parents are acknowledging you. So I wanted to do that as well. And the question is, I had asked you a question about earlier about the number of students that we've been having placements in Utah in particular, well, in general, these kind of residential centers. And you did note that this year, 2 are returning, so there'll be a total of 6. And in prior years, we've had probably the average has been about 4. And I'm wondering if you have any ideas about why the numbers are higher, if you think it's due to COVID, or has it been sort of a cumulative thing over the years that you know, result in some of our students having this kind of only solution for them.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ron. It's something that I'm always looking at the data and seeing and trying to look at the trends, and also looking at, what is, some of the students that go to residential are for mental health specific. Some of them are because of, a behavioral disorder associated with, maybe autism, that they're unable to regulate their behavior. So it's not all mental health related. So I do want to put that out there. And it's also interesting just to see some of the trends with regards to, the number of male students, number of female students, number of students who are trans as well, that are going into treatment, and kind of, seeing the differences. I think for me, when I look at the numbers that I sent to you, and I know all of the students over the past 5 years that were in those placements, and I know the students that are currently there, I would say it's a mixture. It's a mixture of the pandemic. It's just and also just, adolescents growing up and being within our society and managing some of the complexities, and also having underlying learning challenges. A lot of the students, are, eligible for special education for various other different reasons. And then you compound some of the challenges we're currently faced with, and it can be pretty, difficult for them to be able to manage. And then also it's contextual too. So every student has its own narrative and story behind them, whether it's a family challenge, whether it's whatever it may be. It's really kind of hard to, pinpoint. I do think that the there may be an uptick because of the pandemic and the impact on distance learning for some of the students. Well, that's why we saw such a big increase this year. The end of last year going into this year, because some of the placements were in motion already when I was coming into the district to be able to be placed within a residential facility. So it is something that my team is always looking at and trying to make sense of, and also really pushing back, because we want to be able to figure out how we can support students here, and thinking about more universal supports as much as, the mental health team had been talking about it. This is it's an epidemic for our students in mental health, I think, for all of us, and really thinking about, I love what, Marin was doing, and really about teaching some behaviors and really finding those teaching moments and being explicit about it. I think that's where we need to go with a lot of our students. And it's hard for our students who are older, I think, because, they've been programmed in a lot of different ways of being able to sit in a chair, and this is the way it's supposed to be, and this is what I'm supposed to be doing. And then, we had COVID and things kind of turned over on top of them, and now they're coming back to school. And so I think it's been hard for them. And they're all looking for different ways to be able to cope, some healthy, some unhealthy. And so I think what we need to do is think about what are some supports that we can do before it gets to a place where we're thinking about a residential treatment facility, before we're thinking about, a non-public school. And I'm really, I know our district's working towards it, with MTSS and universal design of learning. It's not just that component of the ABCs and the 1, 2, 3s. It's about that social, emotional, behavioral component. Because if a student is not being able to, is anxious, depressed, or behaviorally dysregulated, they're not going to learn. And so I really think that we're really opening up a big picture for our community, for our teachers, and for our students, of meeting the students where they're at and trying to put in some better, some different supports, so that we're really targeting the areas of need, so that it doesn't get to a place where it's exacerbated, that requires a higher level of treatment, such as a residential treatment center. That wasn't very concise. I'm sorry.
All right, we're getting all the information. That's what's important. All right, we do have a public comment on this item before we move toward a vote. Or nope, we don't. All right, so seeing no public comment, I will, yes, Trustee Doss.
Are there other options, and or is this the only option? And kind of or is there a process for vetting the different options? For example, if a parent declined this option, or said that they don't agree with this, kind of how would we go about it? What would we do? Or what would be the next steps?
The one thing that's great about California is that, we can't force a parent to send their student to a residential. We can't force a parent to send their student to non-public. We can't force a parent to sign an IEP. In order for us to be able to implement an IEP, we need that consent. And so it's really working with families. So all of our students that are in residential right now, parents have consented to it. They're on board for their student being there. In the event that there was not, a consent, we would look at some other alternative options. But if a parent is at that point of being able to consent, the needs have necessitated such that require that 24/7 therapeutic support. And so it's pretty severe not being able to have your student at home, because they need to have somebody watch them 24/7. At this current facility, they have a ratio of 1 to 8, one therapist to 8 students. They have one staff person in line of sight to 5 students. And in the homes, they're small homes that they have, and I call them homes, but the dormitories or homes that the students live in, they're small, with staff support being there, so that there's constant supervision as well as support along the therapeutic model of that program. If we're thinking about something that if a student doesn't need that 24-hour support, then we're looking at some more non-public school supports that are like within the Bay Area, such as a school where a student would go to that also has the therapeutic support integrated within the day, but then they go home to the home setting. If there's challenges within the home setting, the team may think of some other types of supports like therapeutic behavioral supports or wraparound supports to help with that student. But for the most part, if a student's in a residential facility, it's because the students need that 24/7 surveillance and supervision to be able to make adequate progress. And then, inside of California, it's slim pickings as far as the residential treatment facilities or centers go. A lot of the residential treatment centers are also connected with our foster care system. And so there's a bombardment of different referrals that go into it. And also there's less selection of, specific modalities or specific types of treatment facilities within California. And Utah is really great, and also New Mexico does good, and some good programs in Montana as well. But we've had a lot of good success. All the students that I've had in program under my case management have returned home, have graduated Albany High School. Yes, Trustee Doss, if residential is not the solution, or it's not something that the family is on board with, there are other options that we can exhaust.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then my final question is around communication with the families as well as the student. Is that done just to kind of see, how things are going, if it's going well, things like addressing concerns that might be had by the family? Does that happen regularly through the IEP meetings, or does it happen, more often because the student or students are in this specialized program that's outside of the city limits or whatnot?
Yeah, so and at some point in time, I'd love to, unpack all of our programs along the continuum for the board and the community to get some more insight about it, because this is something that I'm passionate about. Residential treatment centers, typically they offer individual counseling, group counseling, rec counseling, and then parent counseling or family therapy is an integral component of the program. And so these programs do weekly family sessions. They also do parent counseling. They also do parent workshops. There's parent portals where there's communication between the academics, between the therapist and the family. And then for the district, I'm the liaison. I'm the advocate. I'm the person who's there to make sure that things are right. And parents call me on my cell phone if there's something that's wrong. They give me an email and I respond. Once a student's placed, we have an IEP in 30 days. That's for any student that has a change of placement, but it's really important for our students that move to a higher level of treatment, such as a residential treatment center, because that's where we get to see how the students transition, and we move that IEP to really meet the program of that they're in and their master treatment plan as well. And so we have that safeguard right there, is that 30-day, but there's communication supports and family supports embedded within the program, as well as ongoing communication and opportunities from the family to the district and the district to the residential treatment facility and vice versa.
Great. Thank you so much for all of that detail. We do need to take action on this item, which, as a reminder, is item 7G, master contract between Elevations and AUSD.
I move that we approve item 7G, master contract with Elevations Academy Rehab Center.
A second.
Trustee Dana?
Yes.
Trustee Lira?
Yes.
Vice President Jerome?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
No.
Item 7G passes with 4 votes in support, in addition to the student board members and Trustee Doss voting no. So we're done with the consent calendar, and we now move to board and superintendent reports, starting with you, Dr. Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair, President Hinckley. I wanted to take a moment to share something about teaching and learning, the heart and soul of our institution. And, you know, it's important that we not only talk about teaching and learning for teachers and students, but we talk about that in our leadership ranks. And a lot of things I don't take advantage of sharing everything we do, but I thought I'd take a moment tonight to share a book study that the principals and our leadership teams at the district office and I just went through and finished reading. And this book is by John Hattie. Dr. John Hattie is our chief researcher in the country on student achievement, with an emphasis on disenfranchised students and how to significantly improve student achievement. And so we went through this book study, very popular book known as Visible Learning for Teachers. And some of the takeaways that we have, and I just narrowed it down to 2. And we went from focusing on just teaching, but focusing on teaching and learning. What did the student learn and why or why not the learning took place? And how do we adjust our instruction to make sure it's universally accessible to all students, especially our disenfranchised students? But one of the biggest strategies that's consistent with our own research and our own practices is that we have data that's uniform that teachers can go through and go through a data process and look at how to respond to that data as what we call a collective efficacy, where teachers get together, look at their data as a group, and come up with a group response to addressing the data to significantly improving students' performance. And in his research and in some of our experiences, you see kids make as much as 3 grade levels in 9 months with this kind of intentionality. And so all the work we've been doing before, establishing and adopting benchmark assessments, uniform, district-wide, was part of this process so that we have a systemic approach to addressing all of our students' achievement and elevating everyone, even our high performers, taking them higher, and our low performer, taking them up to par and then further. And so I just wanted to take a time out to let the board know and the community know that we believe as administrators, in order to affect change, we too have to be part of the teaching and learning process, because we believe the more knowledgeable we become, the more skills we develop, the greater servant we can become to our community and making a bigger and better difference. And so that is my report for tonight. And that would conclude my report for this evening, Madam Chair, President Hinckley.
Great, thank you. That's great to hear about. I'm going to skip my report since we're already almost an hour and a half behind, and I will pass it off to Vice President Duran.
Okay, I'm going to talk really quick. I will skip reports as well for tonight, just the committee reports, and just say that today is International Women's Day, and it marks a call to action, which this year's theme is Gender Equality Today for a Sustainable Tomorrow. It also provides an opportunity for us to stand in solidarity with the ongoing issues that include access to education, employment opportunities, reproductive health rights, maternal health, gender-based violence, water and sanitation, and gender equality. Just as a reminder to all of us that the struggle goes on. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Doss. All right, we'll come back. Trustee Boyd.
I'll just quickly give a little shout out to the AMS Drama Club, who did their scene showcase last week and are doing it again this week, and to Amy Penny and to the tech folks who were breaking sets down and replacing things and moving at the speed of light. It was really lovely to be able to see live theater performance again after some time away, and just want to applaud all the students who worked on that and say it was a real pleasure to get to watch them. That's it.
Thank you. Trustee Davidson.
I'm so sorry, but I cannot skip this tonight. Julie is going to share a really quick little presentation that I would like everyone to get to see and know about. This past weekend, Cornell unveiled their new mural. I think, yeah, we have to go back a couple pages. There we go. This is the new Cornell community mural that was just finished. We can go to the next slide. Thank you, Julie. Awesome. So a big thank you to the PTA. The Cornell PTA planned, designed, and executed this beautiful mural. The process included a wonderful survey of all the students so that they could choose the animals that were involved in the mural. They chose their 4 animals, but the turkey had to be included because we can't leave a turkey out in Albany. Next slide, please. Oh, and that's the PTA co-president, sorry, Sarah Bly, and the next person, Jenny Dorman, was the community outreach coordinator who put that event on Saturday, and it included all these amazing things. The mural artist is Sandrine Demathieu. She is an AUSD graduate and is currently getting a teaching credential, and it was really wonderful to have her back, and she worked so collaboratively with the students and the school site, just amazing. Then the mural coordinator was parent Sachi Kadha. I'm sorry if I say that wrong. And she just helped gather all of these volunteers to come in and paint and really make sure that every step of the process was inclusive. And at the end, we got this amazing mural on the wall. Next slide, please. At the event, we also did a little playground survey. What did the kids really want to have on their new yard? This was absolutely fascinating. Really cool to see what the kids prioritize, and that'll, of course, be shared at another time, but just really fun to watch them share that on the yard. Last slide. And just at the event on Saturday, there was live music, the finishing of the mural. Kids could watercolor their own pictures. They also painted wooden signs that will be displayed all over the campus. So thank you so much to everyone who was involved in that. And just a super special shout out. Many of the student artists were Cornell 5th graders and current AMS students who were Cornell graduates. So thank you to all of you who came out and spent hours helping make this possible and creating it on our yard. That concludes my board report.
Thank you for sharing.
Yes.
Trustee Doss.
Thank you. Make my board report short and sweet here. I just wanted to take a moment to thank a few people who were a part of the process for fixing the street that takes you across Marin as you're going to Ocean View Elementary School. There was a road there, as many of you might know, that had some cracks, some really kind of deep cracks in it for a really long time. Students, would trip there, saw a couple parents fall, walking their kids to school. It was pretty dangerous. And so our wonderful crossing guard recognized that it was a very, kind of serious issue, that it was dangerous for students. Of course, always putting students first and really kind of, standing up for the community. He mentioned this to me and asked what we can do to get this done, to get this street fixed so that he could, best do his job as a crossing guard. And so I reached out to who was our mayor at the time, Mayor Gary, who still serves on the council, putting the community before herself often and always there. And so she spearheaded kind of getting this taken care of. And so now if you go and you take a look at that street, it's nice and smooth, it's repainted, and it's really safe for students. And it's just a wonderful thing. And so I just wanted to take a moment to really give a shout out to her and everyone else that was involved, including the city manager, Nicole, who really, continued to do the things that needed to be done in order to move this forward. And So I just want to take a moment to thank everybody for getting that street fixed, repainting it, and just making it a pleasant experience for our young learners to go to school every day. So I want to take a moment to thank everybody. And that concludes my board report. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for sharing. Student board members, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll start us off. So essentially, right now, there's a lot of things that are happening at both the middle school and the high school. So at the middle school, there's going to be a symphonic band concert and an advanced jazz spring concert from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. Next Tuesday. So that's a week from today. And then tomorrow, the AHS music department, I think band and orchestra, are going to Sonoma State, which is very exciting. And they'll get to kind of go through workshops and experience some judging. And I had the pleasure of attending one of those trips, and it was really informative and educational. And so I'm glad I got to participate, and I'm excited for the students that get to do it this year. And then Diversity Week is coming up on Monday, March 21st. And so there'll be several events occurring each day that the leadership will be putting on, as well as several affinity clubs and programs at our school that are also helping out with putting those on. And then on Friday, we'll have or actually, no, I think it's Wednesday that we'll have our diversity assembly with special performances. And some of those are like the language classes and the AHS Jazz Collective. So I'm very excited for that, which is coming up.
We also have another theater event happening in our community. So Beauty and the Beast is going to be performed by by the high school's theater ensemble, and that'll be this weekend as well as Thursday and Friday. And so, yeah, there's one show tomorrow night, one show on Friday night, and then 2 shows on Saturday, one being a matinee and the other one is an evening performance. You can find QR codes to purchase tickets to these performances all around campus. They're like, I think they're blue and they have a little rose on them, so they're pretty easy to spot. And if you're not able to check out the campus, the link can also be found on the AHS Theater Ensemble Instagram page, which is at Albany High Theater. And then there's also an 8th grade parent night via Zoom tomorrow at 7 p.m. And you can find the link to that meeting on the AHS website. And that's it from us.
Oh, yeah. One correction. The first show isn't tomorrow, it's Thursday. So it's Thursday night, Friday night, and then Saturday matinee, Saturday night. I'd be really happy if anybody showed up, because it's a really great production. And yeah, I'm excited to see it come to life.
And what Trustee Dana is not saying is that she is in the production, so she would love to see us in the audience. And I am very much looking forward to seeing you on stage. So I did get my tickets. All right. So we will now move to public comment on matters that are not on our agenda for tonight. So I'll give Ms. Shen a second to put the timer up. Looks like we have one. Great, thank you. And we'll start with Jeremiah.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, everybody. I hope I'm not disrespectful. Can you just please let me know if it's okay? There was a presentation earlier, way at the beginning, about behavioral health. I love the video of the adults going around and dragging their arm on the ground, and the kids showing the adults the right way. Oh my gosh, that makes me want to do a video of how to cross a crosswalk, because I see a lot of adults riding their bicycles across the crosswalk when I was taught as a kid, you're supposed to walk your bicycle across the street. Anyway, that's going to be a fun video. But I just want to say that was a great video. And my question was, can I actually comment on that? Because it was kind of on the agenda. Can I proceed?
Yes, you can use your minute however you want. Yep.
Oh, thank you. Oh, that's kind. It was just like something that's not on the agenda, and then I'm talking about something that's kind of on the agenda. I just want to be respectful for the procedure. That's why I asked for permission. Thank you. So now, whatever I want. I was gonna just say that on that same slide was something about pushing. I don't know about the green bars and all that, but if kids are going to be pushing each other, on the playground, can we have someone monitoring that? Because sometimes pushes get out of hand. Sometimes pushes become punches in the back, and people might not like being pushed. I'm really big on no bullying and no pushing and no picking on people and no pushing. I hope I'm not overreading that, but I hope you kind of feel or understand what I'm saying on that. I don't know. I just don't like people pushing each other around, even if it's on the playground. It could be miscommunicated. And Miss Ritchie, thank you for still being here, and congratulations on your retirement. But as long as you're still around, everything's still going to be okay. Thank you. And congratulations on the new person. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeremiah. And just to clarify, we do not have rules for a certain number of children that are allowed to push each other around. Their rule refers to how many kids at a time are allowed to push the bars of the play structure, just so nobody walks away with a strange impression of our rules. But thank you for clarifying that for us. All right, so we will now move to our first agenda item, which is our staff report on the district's COVID-19 protocols and progress and indoor masking. So I'll turn it over to Superintendent Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair, President Hinckley. As Ms. Shin is in the process of bringing up one slide, I'm just going to make an announcement about an update on our masking. As you know, this week we started our optional masking outdoors. And next week, as you see the slide, it said new masking guidelines for Albany Unified School District. Starting March 14th, which is next Monday, very soon, 2022, indoor masking is moving from required to strongly recommended at all Albany Unified Schools and facilities for staff and students. Outdoor masking will remain optional for all students, staff, and campus visitors. We strongly recommend that students continue masking indoors. However, as you can see, it's not required. We have changes that we need to adhere to tonight during the Q&A. We have with us our own very attorney who we will introduce to shortly, who can answer some of the legal questions that may come up. But the general questions, typically it would be our Executive Director, Alexia Ritchie, and or myself. But I'm a firm believer when there's legal questions, you get legal counsel to entertain those questions. And so at this time, to continue the report, I'm going to turn it to yours truly, our Executive Director, Alexia Ritchie, for our ongoing regular presentation and update around COVID-19 tonight, to include masks.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent Wells. I appreciate all the kind words. Thank you, community, board members. It's been an honor to serve this community, and I know that you're going to be in excellent hands with Executive Director Deb Brill. With that said, I do want to reflect just a little bit before my presentation on the past 2 years, almost to date, since this district needed to react to a global pandemic. And again, 2 years ago, March 13th, 2020, is when this district worked together to do some extremely important work for the benefit of our students and our community. Recall our pivot to remote instruction after the shelter-in-place orders. Recall our priorities of making sure our community had food security and technology. Then recall our planning for bringing students back on campus and what that meant for in-person instruction. from the PPE to the physical distancing to what we were going to do with outdoor lunches, the amount of COVID testing it required to keep our schools open. And truly, for me, one of the most important elements was making sure that the mental health and the social emotional learning for our students and the supports for our staff continued to be priority one. So tonight we're going to be taking a look at the next element of this journey together, which is masking. And in particular, then we'd like to take a look at our pivot to our new indoor masking protocols. Ms. Shannon, if you could take us to the next slide. Thank you. I'd like to read verbatim from the current guidance. This is for schools in Alameda County. This source is the California Department of Public Health's face covering guidance for schools and child care settings, which was recently updated on February 28th. And we'd also like to partner that then with the Alameda County Public Health Department's press release information, again, effective March 3rd of this year. To quote, after March 11th, the universal masking requirement for K-12 and child care settings will terminate. The California Department of Public Health, as Dr. Wells mentioned already, strongly recommends that individuals in these settings continue to mask in indoor settings when the universal masking requirements lift. Additionally, masks are strongly recommended for all persons, regardless of vaccine status, in indoor public settings and businesses. For example, the community places that we frequent. Surgical masks or higher level respirators, such as those K95 masks with good fit, are highly recommended. And again, that is the current language from both our county and our state public health entities. Next slide, please. Let's bring it home. And again, just to reiterate what Dr. Wells spoke of earlier, our new masking guidelines for the Albany Unified School District do include, starting on March 14th of 2020, indoor masking is moving from required status to strongly recommended status at all Albany Unified schools and facilities for both staff and students. And to reiterate this, outdoor masking will remain optional for all students, staff, and campus visitors. Next slide, please. As we were preparing for this, I wanted to hear from some of the site principals in terms of what does mask management need to look like in Albany schools for us to do it right. So here are some planning consideration bullet points I'd like to share. And in a minute, Ms. Shen, I'd like to elevate Principal Reimuller from Cornell, who will help me walk through some of the elements of mask management, specifically at the elementary levels. One of them is mask storage. Students as young as elementary school need to understand that mask storage is going to be an individual responsibility. Principal Reimuller will attest to that in her slideshow just in a bit. Here's another big one. There needs to be support for masks, whether a student has them off or whether they have them on. Again, this is tied to our social emotional learning. We're going to be working on the implementation with our labor partners. And this is also something that we need to remember, and this is county guidance. When there is a positive exposure, we need to remask. In fact, we need to remask for 10 days, again, according to county guidance. So there will be times when masking is still in effect, when there has been an in-school exposure. I'd like to now welcome Principal Reimuller, who worked with all of the elementary principals to provide a very informative slideshow for students at that age group to understand not just the small pieces, but the big pieces of mask management. And with that, Principal Reimuller, thank you again for joining us. And if you'd like to introduce your video, we'll go ahead and show it as well. Ms. Shen, if you could click the link when we're ready.
Good evening, everyone. It's nice to be here. Thank you, school board members and community. I want to start by saying that when the outdoor mask requirement was shifting, we immediately started thinking about how we were going to help our elementary students navigate that new change, because it's a big change for us at elementary. We worked by talking to our teachers, specifically our ILT teams. And then I have to give credit where credit is due. It was Principal Poole, Melissa Poole at Marin, who actually started to create this slideshow based on some of the guidelines that we at Cornell had developed. And then we all worked together with also Principal Sinclair to share and come to the conclusion that these would probably be the best guidelines. There was lots of questions actually of how we would deal with it. So if you want to start the slideshow, that would be great. And that's the last slide. So if you want to go up to the top slide. There we go. So, we had mask rules. So that's what this was about, a mask rule change. And when we have a rule change, we need to be really clear with students about what we expect and how to handle it. Next slide, please. So, and I want to say that I provided this slideshow to my teachers to share with students. Principal Poole had a Zoom meeting with her whole school, and she presented it. And she talked about, began to talk about how indoor masking is mandatory and what mandatory means. It's required. Next slide, please. And then on Monday, which was yesterday, outdoor masking is optional at recess, PE, and lunch. And we started rolling this information out the previous week with announcements and sharing information with the teachers and the students. Next slide. And then we decided that rather than putting your mask somewhere when you were going from outside to, from inside to outside, that the best solution would be to teach the children to keep it with them. So students must have their masks at all times. We came up with 3 places to keep your masks. It could be under your chin, it could be on your arm or your wrist, or it could be in your pocket when you are outside. It's pretty amazing to see the kids are really good at this already. The ones who are choosing to take their masks off when they are outside, and they're really good. I watched a 2nd grader the other day. When the bell rang, he turned to his friend and he said, hey, Daniel, get your mask out. We got to put it on. We're going inside. And, they're supporting each other. So this seems to be working great. Next slide. Then, of course, everyone must put their masks on before entering the classroom after lunch, recess, or PE. Next slide. And a reminder that you need to wear your mask in the hallways, the bathroom, the library, and the office too. Hallways are big. At Cornell, of course, we have large hallways. They're not so much at the other sites, but getting from your classroom all the way out to the yard, you have to go through the hall. So you need to keep it on in the hallways. Next slide. And then we wanted to address the social emotional, that everyone has different comfort levels with removing masks. We're still seeing that right now. It was really a wonderful opportunity for us to reinforce the idea that we're all different and that we all accept and respect each other. This is the slides that Melissa put for that one. And next slide. And then just remembering that we're a community, that we're working together. We really have been talking about it's okay if you're wearing a mask, it's okay if you're not wearing a mask, and respecting each other. And then finally, the last slide. One of the things we talked about on Friday before the weekend, and we also sent this out to families, was please talk to your families about the right masking choice for you, because we don't know what each family's situation is or each family's preference. So we really wanted to encourage children and parents to talk to each other and make a decision. And then finally, the last slide, I think it is. Yeah. And then we asked the teachers, talk to your class, support and respect diverse masking choices. We shared this slideshow with families too. And it all comes back to the 3 Bs: be respectful, be safe, be responsible, and of course, be kind. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Reimiller. I really appreciate your effort and your sense of community and the collaboration that was indicated in those slides. I really do appreciate the contributions from elementary. And as you can see, the decisions and the pivots to what might seem simple, which is removing your mask or keeping it on, actually takes a lot of planning and consideration. It also takes into account that elementary students might have a little more difficult time with that pivot than secondary. However, for secondary schools, we also want to offer the supports for masks on or masks off. Again, that's an important component of social emotional learning. We want to, again, work on this implementation with our labor partners. And to reiterate, there will be a pivot to mask back on when there's been an in-school exposure. Next slide, please. In my role as the Chief COVID Liaison, I carefully track the current case rates in our district. I'd like to show you just a snapshot of the past month from the end of January. What I've done is I've shown you at each site, the first number, how many students reported positive test results, and how many staff members reported positive test results. Going down to the bottom, I'd like to summarize that the week of January 31st, we had a total of 31 students testing positive and reporting those test results to us in the district, and 7 staff members. The week of the 7th, it went down, 12 students and 9 staff members. We had a little bump up on February 14th that week, 16 students and no staff members. And last week was our last full week of collecting this data, and we had 8 students and a staff member report positive test results. So this is to summarize that our district still receives current case reports on a daily basis. We are not at 0 case rates in our district, but we are trending down. And my last slide, I believe. There are certainly going to be some other areas for consideration as we move into the pivot on indoor masking requirements and recommendation. Just to remind our community that the testing requirements are still in effect. We have, again, 3 different testing protocols in our district. We have rapid tests available. We are conducting pool testing with well over 2,000 students each week. And we have the ability then to partner with labs on PCR testing. We're also looking at booster eligibility, those age spans and the adult staff members, and how we're going to be collecting that data, when we need to collect that data for staff and for students. And finally, we would also like to acknowledge that there is going to be local guidance continuing to evolve around special events, athletic events, meetings. One of the big ones, of course, is the end of year graduation plans for our high school, our promotion plans for our middle school and our elementary schools. All those events will be in accordance with current local guidance. And that concludes my report for tonight. I'd like now to return it to Superintendent Wells. Or perhaps I can take questions and respond to those right now.
Well, actually, I was going to ask if Superintendent Wells could say more about before we get to questions about the presentation and implementation of some of the changes, if we could get a bit more context and rationale for the change to no longer requiring indoor masks starting on Monday, March 14th.
Yeah, we were very hopeful and optimistic. And as you know, in this pandemic, things change so quickly. As Executive Director Alexia Ritchie mentioned, one moment, just feel like just over a month ago, we were making sure everybody had masks to be safe. And now the next moment, not even a good month and a half have passed, we're talking about removing masks. Sometimes this feels like it doesn't make sense. But that's been typical of the pandemic. And then you have conflicting issues that arise throughout. You have public health officials who do their jobs well with giving us advice and recommendations and things of that sort. But what they are not doing when they give commentary, they're giving commentary, and the commentary is not always accurate. Sometimes it's in conflict with the law. And a couple of things. We agreed with our unions to adhere to both state and county guidelines. So the March 14th is in alignment with the state and county guidelines. Further, school board don't have the authority to make law. And so we can't trump the county nor the state guidelines. And so we have to be in line with that. And so that's how March 14th came. That wasn't our original thinking. Our original thinking was that we would kind of phase in the relaxation of masks, and we don't have that luxury to do that. And so that's where the change came in. Others have made about faces because they too were thinking the way we were, because they were adhering to some of the recommendations that were coming from our chief health officials about what we could and could not do, and that was not always accurate. For example, recently you heard about San Francisco making an about face when they were talking about, for example, not adhering to mandating or having an option to have masks in class. And then do some further reflection and advice. They made a about face along with some other neighboring districts did so as well. And so we're all in line with that. So that's part of, for the most part, the rationale for us moving to March 14th, because that's the date that's spelled out in the order. And I'm going to ask our attorney, Joshua Stevens, if he'll be so kind to add further commentary from a legal perspective, of course.
Sure, I'd be happy to, Dr. Wells. It's nice to be here this evening, board members and members of the Albany community. Really, just to echo what Dr. Wells has said and what Executive Director Ritchie hit on throughout her presentation. There is a difference between a recommendation and a legal mandate. And as everyone knows, and as has been discussed this evening, the mandate, the legal mandate that is, expires this Friday, March 11th at 11:59 p.m. So our ability to continue to enforce something that no longer is mandated really expires at 11:59 on March 11th as well. Students, of course, have a constitutional right to attend school, and enforceability is going to be a little bit tricky for us when we're no longer mandated to have students continue to wear masks after this Friday. But there are a number of factors that local educational agencies can look at to determine whether or not they're going to pivot to more restrictive guidelines and mandates moving forward. Things like vaccination rates, positivity rates, hospitalization rates in the community, the demographics of a certain community, and whether or not they're at higher risk of serious infection. So that is something that I know Albany and neighboring districts will continue to monitor. Is there anything else the board or Dr. Wells would like me to hit on?
I think we could just entertain the Q&A right now for a little bit. And our President Hinckley is going to facilitate that with the board and us.
Yeah, and before I see Trustee Doss's hand, but I just wanted to clarify what the policy is exactly that will be in effect starting the 14th. So Executive Director Ritchie, you referred in your slideshow to what would happen if we had an exposure, and I wanted to better understand what you meant by that.
Certainly. The current guidance as we know it, and this is from Alameda County Office of Education as well as the Alameda County Public Health Department, is that if there is a positive exposure in a classroom, I am to ask that classroom to remask for 10 days. They're in school, but again, if there's a positive exposure in a classroom, the current guidance is to everybody in that classroom, regardless of your vaccination status, to remask in that indoor environment for 10 days.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. All right, so I think I'm going to open it up to questions that could be directed to various people on here, including Mr. Stevens, Executive Director Ritchie, or Superintendent Wells, starting with Trustee Doss.
Thank you. I appreciate all the information. I think it's really helpful. Josh, really appreciate you sticking around a little longer than usual. I appreciate that. So thank you to your family for letting us borrow you for a little bit longer. My question is around visitors to the campus. I know specifically, kind of the demand that, is being, lifted, things like that. Do we have any leeway or any thing like that in terms of still requiring visitors and non-staff to mask? Like basically grown-ups whose vaccination status we don't know. Is there any legal basis for still requiring a mask of those individuals?
Excuse me. Please go ahead, Attorney Stevens.
Not that I'm aware of right now, Trustee Doss. I think it would still be a strong recommendation that visitors, whether they be adults or minors, would just be strongly recommended to wear masks.
Thank you.
Vice President Duran.
I just wanted to ask again, if I might, please, to Executive Director Ritchie, because, I was at the meeting last week with the county, and I didn't understand that same comment that you had made. What I understood at the meeting was that individual students that have been exposed need to mask for 10 days, and that those students returning early from isolation needed to be masked up to the 10 days, between 7 and 10 days. So is this a more current clarification of that meeting?
I think it is. And I think what it also reflects is the ability for there to be, again, that social emotional awareness and that sense of support in the classroom. For example, in the elementary setting, when you have one student who is wearing a mask in class, it is an identifier. It's an identifier that that student tested positive for COVID, for example. So there is going to be, and from my understanding, there is certainly a strong recommendation that you would have everybody in that setting, regardless of their vaccination status, masked, because if you have a positive exposure in that classroom, you want to try to prevent, of course, others from being exposed as a close contact. And so I can certainly research that a bit further, but from my understanding, That was one of the guidance protocols that we should be following if there's a positive exposure in a classroom setting.
Yeah, I would really like to know, because once again, is it a difference between a recommendation or a requirement? And in terms of also students feeling isolated in classrooms, be they with the mask or without the mask, I think the idea, hopefully, that we are, the parents are going to be making this decision ultimately, and then the staff would follow up with supporting students, whether they have masks or not, right? That social emotional component that you're talking about really needs to be supportive of each and every child, whether they choose to wear a mask or not.
No, very, very good questions. And so let's play out the scenario, because you asked a very good question about who would be masking under that 10-day guidance. So remember that if there is an individual who tests positive, they're out of school, they're being isolated. So it's the idea that who is going to be wearing that mask then for the next 10 days to mitigate the risk of further exposure. The positive person is already home and in isolation. Therefore, the individuals who would want to wear that mask for the next 10 days indoors would be those students who are exposed to that positive individual. That 10-day guidance, the recommendation, I'm not quite sure if it's a requirement, but of course it would be a best practice, as that would be the best way then to protect the students who are in that classroom who were exposed for the next 10 days for themselves and for that risk factor with others. So that positive person is already home. That 10-day, and I did ask this question, does pertain to the rest of the students in the class, regardless of their vaccination status.
Thank you. Trustee Lyra.
I feel like this question had the potential to have been asked earlier, not like during this period, but like I think maybe during the like board questions, but I just wanted to like have it answered so that people in the audience could like hear. But my question was just like, does the district have authority over requiring masking at like non-mandatory school-related events, like at student performances or sports events, or like is that at the discretion of those like hosting the events?
I did.
Oh,
go ahead, Dr. Wells.
I'm sorry. Well, I'd like to give you a superintendent perspective. Given that attending school is mandatory, and students can't be excluded, and everything outside of school is extracurricular, which my position is that we can handle that differently. And we want to use good sound judgment. For example, if we're going to a performance of 500 kids in an auditorium, we want them to mask. And so that is something that we would have in place, because we think it's good practice and it's not a part of the core schooling, is extracurricular. And so that's the position I'll be taking as a superintendent, because I think, as Executive Alexia Ritchie just mentioned, the word best practice, that would be a best practice and more of an ideal practice for us to still be prudent. Keep in mind, it's strongly recommended that we keep wearing masks indoors. And now when you're in a crowded place, it would be compounded, and you would need to double down on that, just from a logistical perspective. And that's why I would take the position that I'm taking now.
I have a question just about, for you, Superintendent Wells, about how this is going to be communicated out to our community. And then if you have thought yet about how we're going to message this to our students and staff, because I think this is a bit different from the outdoor mask situation where we were acting, or we were sort of finally aligning with the county because the perceived risk is so low of outdoor transmission. But this is a sort of different kind of communication in which the guidance says they're strongly recommended. They're not recommending that students stop wearing masks indoors. They're just no longer mandating it. So I'm curious what you're thinking about how we message that, kind of thinking about the slideshow we saw earlier, which was really geared toward the outdoor masking, which is a very different set of communications. So if you could let us know, I guess, just, you know, when exactly you're going to tell the community that this is happening, and then how you're going to message this to students and staff, to, you know, given that it's a little bit complicated.
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
we're going to communicate through our regular means tomorrow and again on Friday. In the interim, we will be huddling us as a team and as leadership at all the sites, how best to roll this out, highlighting the importance of us honoring, respecting those few students who may not continue to wear masks, and how we interact with them, where it's not a debate and a conflict, but it's a support and honoring and appreciating people's right to do so, to wear them or not wear them. And as educators and in leadership, we're going to be still strongly recommending that they be worn in indoors. And so we will have that coming out tomorrow, and an abbreviated plan moving forward, and ongoing discussion with students and staff about how we honor and respect, similar to the outdoor masking. As people are evolving, things are changing so quickly, and we're in the education field are not experts here, but we do have some expertise in appropriate behavior, interaction, and honoring and welcoming different viewpoints and people's choice. And so we're going to be highlighting that, having discussion, reinforcing that in a number of venues and in a number of ways. More to come in the Friday update, but it's going to take the whole village. That means Albany Unified School District to make this happen. When I say this, honoring and respecting the law and honoring people's rights and keeping everybody safe and sound, and paying attention to the science. Our cases are very low. Vaccination rates are very high. And it's time to start making some moves. And we didn't know it would be this time. We were hoping we had more time. And so I hope that answered your question.
Yes, thank you. I think, and I know there's urgency to getting that messaging out. I think as soon as you also have some clarity about the issues we were just talking about around what families can expect if their student is exposed or if they have COVID, those circumstances in which masking would then be reintroduced in a classroom or for an individual, I think the more that can be spelled out, it'll be really helpful.
Duly noted. Thank you.
I have just one unrelated question, and then I'll move. It looks like we have a fair amount of public comment. When we will be starting to collect information from families on the boosters that their students 12 and up have hopefully received at this point. I just wanted to give you a chance to update us on what that process looks like and when we might start getting that information.
I think one thing we need to remember is how much effort it took, how much, people power it took to actually get the current information into our systems. It does require multiple layers of outreach, and we anticipate then that the same effort will be needed for gathering the booster information. Recall that the first group that we reached out to were our staff members. So I will be working with our Chief Human Resources Officer, Marina Gonzalez, on that phase. We think that that is going to be a relevant group to get that information from, as they are the age group that is required to demonstrate their booster eligibility and their booster status in order to return to school, for example, under certain conditions. And so that's actually one of the easier audiences to capture because they are employees. And as you know, we have the mechanism to retrieve that information quite easily. We have about 400 or so employees in our district. So I anticipate that being the first wave. The second wave then will be reaching out to all of those students who are booster eligible. And you can look at that in a couple different ways. The third consideration is going to be, I believe, and I'm again just kind of speaking from my experiences and observations, will be the hard set deadline imposed by Governor Newsom in terms of when vaccine status needed to be submitted when it was required. And so we'll be looking at all of those factors. And again, I anticipate that our rollout will start with staff, and that can be shortly. And then we'll be moving into our students. And again, it is going to be taking some work. And we have about 12 weeks left in this school year. I do anticipate that there will be a first round of outreach, again, to our staff and then to our students. I can't tell you that we'll have 100% fidelity, as we still don't have 100% fidelity with that return rate from our community. But we will do our due diligence to make sure that, again, we roll it out staff first and then students before the end of this school year.
Great, thank you. I guess partly why I'm asking is because I anticipate, given the state vaccine requirement, that we'll be doing a bit of a scramble in August. And so the more of that work we can get done before then, I guess it's a lot of work either way, but it would be nice not to be doing it at the last minute. All right, so I'm going to move to public comment and wait for our timer. If folks could put their hands up if they want to make a comment. Great. All right, we'll start with Chris.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I want to thank the board and the district leadership for their efforts and thoughtful response to the data and information throughout these difficult times. We are so happy that cases did not surge after the midwinter break and that there is hope that we are moving out of the pandemic. But even though cases are trending in the right direction, there's still a lot of uncertainty in our area. I fully support careful consideration of our safety measures and how best to implement them for our children, but making significant changes in rapid succession, like we're doing now, without taking the time to determine the impact and how it opens our kids and the rest of the community up to dangerous outcomes. And while our school-age kids can and should be vaccinated, many of the families in our districts have younger children who cannot be vaccinated. And there are others with health conditions that leave them at far greater risk to COVID than most of us. This is particularly important to our family because we are at greater risk than most. To quote my wife's pulmonologist, she is at risk of death if she catches it. This is not a hypothetical concern for us, rather it's a matter of life and death. I urge you to maintain the internal indoor mask mandates until we have clear data showing that we are in an environment of low cases and transmission. And despite the warm weather recently, there really is a case for more transmissible variants like the BA2 that can cause severe illnesses among those at-risk groups. And quite frankly, our child is quite scared of people without masks. And so adding to that fear in schools is something I'm concerned about. Thanks again for your concern. I humbly request that the board wait for more information about the impact of having the outdoor masks removed and not only recommended before changing the indoor mask mandate. And thank you again for the time to talk.
Thank you. Payal.
Hi there. Like the previous speaker, I too would urge us to stay the course that has allowed us to keep our schools open and safe and accessible to all families. I'm reading from the California Department of Public Health guidance from yesterday, March 7, 2022, which states, California affirms the authority of local health departments and local educational agencies to maintain or establish masking requirements for K-12 school settings in their respective jurisdictions. With all due respect to Mr. Stevens, his statement is not corroborated by the CDPH guidance. How could the California Department of Public Health have language that denies constitutional rights? Schools can opt to have dress codes. Schools can opt to keep in place measures that raise the bar and do not just maintain the floor. If a student comes to school and demands taking their masks off, we don't deny their ability to attend. But in order to accommodate those families that are looking to take masks off, why are we making a decision that exacerbates inequities, endangers vulnerable families and those with young kids who aren't vaccinated when our current path is allowing schools to remain open and safe? This decision is ableist and exclusionary. I also want to know how we will give families who are uncomfortable with this decision due to their vulnerabilities enough lead time to switch to independent studies. These arrangements cannot be done over a weekend, and it's unfair to expect that. We do have this subvariant that's doubling in some parts of the US. We're not out of the woods. And in fact, for most AUSD kids, indoor masks are done without a second thought. They're not burdensome. And they're a low-tech option that makes it possible for all our kids to be in school. And I really urge us to please, once again, maintain our track record of keeping our schools open and safe.
Thank you. Andrea.
Hey everyone, thanks for the opportunity to speak. So my main focus with the comments here is it's on public health, on students and educators' health, and on keeping our schools open for in-person learning. And to be candid, it sounds like we're running scared from legal counsel, and I'm very confused. I know the previous speaker we are using the same quotes. I think we're all Googling to try to understand because this is so conflicting with what we see. Governor Newsom's language and CDPH's language was, as always, local jurisdictions may have additional requirements beyond state guidance. California affirms the authority of local health departments and local education agencies to maintain or establish masking requirements for K-12 school setting in their respective jurisdictions. Davis Joint Unified is keeping their indoor mask mandate until April 11th. I understand that West Contra Costa hasn't changed its indoor mask mandate yet. Looking at Director Ritchie's data, Ocean View's most recent data with COVID. So Omicron, each person can infect 7 to 14 people. So we're risking infecting 28 to 56 children and educators based on just 4 cases. We now know that kids who had the child-sized dose aren't protected from infection. So, and our youngest aren't protected at all. Is this really what we want? And how will we decide to go back to a mask mandate if we have BA2 take hold? The CDC is tracking lagging indicators. That means after we have a surge, the CDC is tracking hospitalizations and deaths. We're not going to have the same early warning systems in place anymore with early indicators. So are we going to be okay with lagging indicators to make decisions about the health of our children and our educators? I really hope the board can ask for more time so that it can roll out in ways that protect our vulnerable populations and that can message this in the most appropriate ways possible. Thanks.
Thank you. Emily.
I just wanted to say, as the parent of someone whose daughter was exposed to COVID last week in a kindergarten class, I was really, truly grateful that, everyone was masked. And I appreciate, I'm sorry, dinging is happening in the background. I appreciate that we're all going to move towards different metrics and, get beyond the place we've been. But it's, as a parent, it's very jarring to me to hear right now that next week, this is what you're going to do. It's very jarring to me. When my daughter sat next to a person on the rug in kindergarten, and I wasn't prepared for this. And I want you to know how jarring that is for me as a parent. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica.
Hi. I really don't understand what is driving the need to lift the mask mandate. If you want to talk about social impact, what about the anxiety and the guilt that my kid's going to feel for the fear of getting sick, or worse yet, bringing the virus home and killing me, who is at high risk? I have heard about concerns about transparency and inclusion tonight, but where is the transparency when there is no discussion, no vote, and the district moved to lifting not only just the outdoor mandate mask, but the indoor mandate mask? And I really appreciate Director Ritchie's report on the cases that the district is trending down, but it is because masking is working. It is the first line of defense. We have been here before, yo-yoing between masking and unmasking. There's another variant hitting other countries where there's still not a lot of data. I still have one kiddo at home, not at school. When we go pick her older sister up at school, she instinctively pulls me away from anyone with their mask under their chin or not wearing the mask. You want to talk about anxiety about wearing mask? You have no idea what I have been through in the past 2.5 years, not being inside even a grocery store. And you want to take away masking? You want to take away my right, my constitutional rights to send my child to school? You want to talk about transparency? We have been feeling so marginalized in the past 2 years. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I cannot go on.
Thank you. Yolanda.
I'd like to thank the school district, our staff, our teachers, parents, board, community for all the work you've all done over these 2 COVID years. I'm proud we're constantly adapting to the dynamic COVID situation. I'm also very happy to hear we're moving to align our requirements with state requirements. This is not because I think on Monday there will be 0 masks. I think there will be mostly masks. I think we will see that most folks predominantly mask inside on Monday. Most of my 3 children have said they are going to mask. Instead, I'm happy because we are now firmly aligning our policies and procedures and requirements with state health department policies and procedures and requirements. As much as I've enjoyed these very late nights every other Tuesday, I've also struggled with the fact that we have spent most of that time acting like a quasi-public health department. I know Albany is highly educated, but let's be honest, most of the board members and board meeting callers are not PhDs in public health or epidemiology. So I really hope this signals a return to AUSD, to the board, to these meetings, being about the education of our children, and especially about addressing the damage COVID has caused to our kids' education and mental health. Again, thank you for all of your hard work over these last 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Shannon.
Oh, hi. Thank you very much. I just want to echo Yolanka's thanks to this community, especially to these board members who have put in very, very late nights and very long hours learning and helping guide us through a really difficult time. As always, I am always arguing that we need to adhere to the guidelines. I'm happy that is what is on deck here. And I understand that maybe the timing isn't as we would have hoped in terms of making it a little bit of a smoother transition. But I do very much look forward to continuing to listen to these board meetings as I did before COVID, and hearing the board talk about something other than this. I really feel like it's time for us to move towards the school board making education and school-related decisions and not talking about public health and leaving the public health guidelines to the experts. Again, thank you all very much. Really appreciate how difficult these last 2 years have been for you all. I'm just incredibly grateful for your time and your public service. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth.
Hi there. Thank you for the chance to talk. I appreciate, like the other speakers have said, how much time and effort you all have put in to handling the pandemic over the past 2 years. And I want to emphasize that these are educational issues about how we keep our kids safe and how we teach them responsibility, how we teach them to care for the community, and how we recognize what's developmentally appropriate or inappropriate for students. As the parent of a 10-year-old, I can tell you, about to be 10 tomorrow, I can tell you that this decision about whether to wear a mask and whether her friends will wear masks is absolutely developmentally inappropriate. And therefore, she hasn't been able to attend school this week because she's had a stomach ache all week, which is what happens when she gets extremely anxious. And we've talked through the issues. What's the problem? She's worried that everyone's going to get COVID and that we're going to go back to Zoom school. And I've assured her that that is not going to happen. But we can't put this kind of burden on little kids. It's 100% unfair and developmentally inappropriate. So let's be the adults and let's continue to keep them safe, as we've been doing so well for the past 2 years. I've been so proud to be part of this community that prioritizes safety and looks ahead and tries to do the best for our community, not do the minimum. California Department of Public Health does not say that we have to take off masks. It says they're not required. Let's encourage the students to wear them because the Department of Public Health says they're strongly required. And look, we're still on Zoom because it's not safe for us to be in a meeting together. So please, please help the kids keep their masks on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Christian.
Hi. Yeah, I mean, I have a bunch of things to say. I don't know if I'll get through it. One thing I wanted to say is, I hear a lot at the meetings, thankfully, honoring great figures from our history who were advocates for justice and social justice. And people like that care about justice, protecting the least off, helping those most in need. And they don't sort of say the moment there's a little bit of legal jeopardy, oh, well, we can't do anything here. There's a little bit of legal risk. I understand that there could be some small amount of legal risk for the district in keeping the masks on, but the alternative, taking them off, means we are putting lives at stake, and we're making it incredibly difficult, in fact, impossible for many families who are medically vulnerable to come to school. And all we have to do, it seems very easy legally, is to just come up with a strategy mandated by the board, imposed on staff, where you say, because masks are strongly recommended to protect the well-being of our students, and because we don't yet know how to keep students wearing masks without mandating them, we are maintaining the mandate for another 3 weeks while rates go down. Now, is there a risk in that? I suppose. Are there other strategies that could be pursued? Yes, but to just give in is to be cowardly, legalistic, lawyerly, weak. And, there are people in the district depending on all of you to have a little bit of courage and to stand up and just keep the masks in place for a few more weeks to protect people while numbers go down. And if you don't do it and somebody gets sick, it's on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Joel.
Hi, good evening. As a Marin parent who wants to keep our schools open and our kids and families healthy, I don't see why you're acquiescing on this issue, especially considering yesterday's clear...
You might want to speak a little louder. We're having a little trouble hearing you.
Sure. Is that better?
Yes.
Especially considering yesterday's clear statement from CDPH saying local jurisdictions have the authority to continue masking. The indoor mask mandate should be in place until COVID risks have receded further. The guidelines should be a floor, not a ceiling. Albany deserves praise for its COVID response. Let's keep aiming high and keep masks on. In support of continued masking, I could talk about studies showing districts with universal mask requirements had lower incidence of COVID compared to districts without mask requirements, but I won't. Instead, I'll focus on what I think this comes down to, our values. Again and again, this district has said it values and prioritizes the health and emotional well-being for all its students, including the most vulnerable. Dropping the indoor mask mandate runs counter to those values for students with underlying health conditions, students with younger unvaccinated siblings, students living with elderly grandparents, and students whose caregivers are frontline workers. Yes, students will continue to have a choice to wear a mask, but let's be crystal clear. Dropping masks significantly increases risks for some students and families, and universal masking is far, far more effective than partial mask usage. COVID has never been and will never be just about individual choices. Appropriately, we don't say, well, every child needs to be supported whether they bring peanuts to school or not. Public health isn't about you or me. It's about the we. It's about us. Wearing a mask is an act of kindness for our classmates and families, excuse me, to keep us all safe. Aiming to take care of everyone is one of the reasons that Albany is special. Let's affirm Albany's values and please keep the mask mandate in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Mariam.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, you guys. Here we are. So as others have said before me, universal masking helps keep our schools open, safe, and accessible to all. Those of us in independent studies have not had access to in-person school due to risks in our families. We need an equitable plan. One-way masking works very well if you're a physician who has been fit tested for an N95. And fit testing is a process where you try on multiple N95s because our faces are three-dimensional. And you find the one that fits you in a seal so that you put a bag over your head with this smelly thing. And if you can smell it, anyways, our kids are so far from being fit tested and their masks. The little ones don't have masks like N95s. I don't know how well one-way masking actually will protect them. And for us high-risk families, these risks feel very, very threatening. As you heard other parents speaking earlier, I was tearing up hearing them because I understand. I don't want to risk going blind or having a stroke. I don't want to have, this is an impossible decision. And we need an equitable plan. There are families that are high risk. There are medications that help high-risk people when they get COVID, but those medications are in short supply. Kids 4 and under still have not had access to vaccines. Kids 5 through 11, their vaccines have been found to be not as effective as expected. Our kids in independent studies have developing social emotional challenges. Our kindergarten teacher says our kids desperately need to go back to in-person school. My whole child's kindergarten independent studies class was hoping to go back after after Omicron. And removing masks removes their chance to come back because we are high risk. Independent studies is getting left behind. This is not equitable.
Thank you. Michael.
Hi, thank you. I'm Agnieszka. I just wanted to reiterate that it's very upsetting as a mom of a kid in the district who is in independent studies. Since independent study families are being isolated, many families in our community were hoping to go back. They were waiting for vaccines, and then when Omicron hit, they were waiting for the numbers to go down to finally send their kids back to school in person. And now, due to their doctor's advice about their masking being optional, that is not possible anymore. So the district does not seem to take into account their social emotional learning either. Another parent mentioned, some kids have allergies and the whole district decides to be peanut and egg free, but this is not the same when someone is medically vulnerable. The district decides that these masks are no longer required, that they don't care about our families who are highly vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that is our public comment. I want to give you, Superintendent Wells, a chance to respond to that, and then I think we'll see if there's additional board comment.
Yeah, I think it's important to highlight, illuminate, if you will, the fact that we highly recommend students continue to mask indoors. We are not wavering on our recommendation. We have committed all along to align ourselves with both county and the state health department And I wanted to highlight that fact that this is an alignment with those orders. And it's not that AUSD and Berkeley and neighboring districts deciding to go independent or rogue, if you will, but we are aligning with our health officials' guidelines. And that's important. And so the issue for me becomes, we align when we agree with it, and don't align when we don't agree with it. We can't have that kind of practice. The board has been clear and consistent. Our agreement with our unions to try to do everything we can to keep them safe, because we're not health professionals or experts. And so we rely on our experts at the state and county level. And that's why we agreed to align with our county and state guidelines. And that's important to note. When we start to step outside our role and responsibility and try to exalt ourselves into an arena of being health officials, then we're talking about dangerous territory. And so I wanted to reiterate that for us to chew on or marinate, if you will, because this is an alignment, again, with the state and county health official guidelines.
Oops, clicked the wrong button. All right, so let's see if there are additional board comments before we move on. Yes, Trustee Doss.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens, I was wondering if there were a couple of parents that compared where we are currently to the peanut allergy, where there's like no peanuts allowed on campus. So I was wondering if you could kind of speak to that and talk about the difference between, like how we have that versus being able to mandate or not mandate the mask for indoors, and how that might be different, or that it's not actually comparable, or if it is comparable. I don't know.
Well, I guess I'd first ask Trustee Doss, does the district have a no peanut mandate? I'm not aware of whether or not you do or don't. I would imagine, kind of like the masking issue that we're discussing here tonight, that it's strongly encouraged that students do not bring peanut products to school for lunch or snack, but it's not a mandate, because again, legally, there's not a mechanism there for us to mandate it. It's just a considerate thing to do to keep fellow classmates and staff members safe. So that's, I guess that's how I would respond to that.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure if it's an official mandate or if I think it's just one of those things. It's just all, you see the signs, no peanuts, you see the signs and things like that, but maybe it's, like you said, just a strong suggestion to keep everybody safe, which kind of aligns with what we're talking about here. But I mean, I don't know, maybe there's a way to find out if it is actually. I don't know. I don't want to open up the door and then everybody starts like putting, peanut products in their kids' lunch because it's not actually illegal. I don't want to like open. That's not my goal here. But it seemed like the correlation seemed like it made sense. So, and a couple of people mentioned it. So I thought, that would kind of help, kind of with the clarification. So.
Did you have another question?
Nope, that was it. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. Attorney Stevens, I just wanted to ask if it's possible for you to discuss the difference or similarity between if we attempted to enforce an indoor masking mandate and the previous vaccine mandate that we attempted to have in place. And then I believe we're sort of informed and through, different lawsuits and that sort of thing in the state that was actually not enforceable. If you're able to speak about whether there's reason to believe that there would be a similar sort of potential, I know you can't predict the future, but if there's reason to believe that attempting to enforce something in this circumstance would probably be met with a similar sort of response, or if they're not similar enough that you can really speak on that.
Well, I think there certainly could be a similar response. As you said, I can't predict the future, but I'd imagine that at least in certain communities throughout the state, you would probably see a similar response to what you saw in districts that attempted to enforce a student vaccine mandate, even a staff vaccine mandate. I do want to just briefly speak to what a couple of the public speakers did mention, which were the CDPH guidelines that did come out yesterday. And I did, I guess, indirectly reference them in some of the comments I made earlier, but perhaps did not reference them enough to indicate that I was aware of those guidelines. I am aware of those guidelines. However, there are a series of factors that are listed in that guidance that came out from the CDPH, and I alluded to some of those: vaccine rates, hospitalization rates, positivity rates, demographics of certain communities. Some other factors are, actual evidence of increased transmission at schools. And those are the factors that CDPH strongly suggests that local educational agencies, local school districts rely on when making the determination to continue a mandate or not. And I do think that there will be certain communities, maybe not here in California, but perhaps in other jurisdictions with similar guidelines from their state health departments, that perhaps will have all those factors aligning because of high positivity rates, low vaccine rates, et cetera, to continue with mask mandates in their communities. It's going to be a little bit more difficult, though, in communities where we do have high vaccine rates and low positivity rates. So I just wanted to put that out there because I know that a number of members of the community did address the guidance that came out yesterday.
Trustee Davidson. You're on mute. Third time for our board.
I lowered my
Mute
hand.
bingo.
I thought I was unmuting.
There you go.
I think you mentioned this earlier, Mr. Stevens, that some districts have it written in their MOU that certain things will continue through a time period or the end of the year. And because our MOU states something different, that's another layer for why it's in the district's best interest to align right now.
Absolutely. That is another factor that certain school districts are taking into consideration throughout the state. Nearly all districts over the past 2.5 years, 2 years, I should say, negotiated a number of memorandums of understanding with their respective labor partners, their teachers, their classified staff. And some of those districts do have MOUs, negotiated agreements, that is currently in place through the end of this school year, so through June 30th, 2022, that actually mandate that students remain masked at school indoors. And those districts, absent a new negotiated agreement with their labor partners, will continue, to abide by those agreements. In Albany, as well as many other districts, certainly locally, the agreements that were negotiated did allow for a certain amount of pivoting as state and county health guidelines and mandates changed, and that is the case here in Albany, as well as some neighboring districts as well.
Thank you.
I think it's important to, I don't want to complexify the issue, but as a superintendent, it's important that I share with you the other factors we have to look at, and it's called impact. And we have a JPA known as our insurance providers. And some of our insurance providers have been very clear to districts. For those who decide to not adhere to the guidelines, that they may not be covered in lawsuits, which means for a district like ours, we can be looking at, in a very realistic way, being bankrupt through the lawsuits that we have to pay for instead of our insurance. And others are taking that risk, and we will not be taking that risk because part of my job is to protect the district and to keep it financially solvent. And so there's multiple impacts. That's one of the big ones I need to put on the table about our insurance folks being clear to us about what they would cover and not cover, so that we are fully informed when we move forward and want to be out of step, regardless of an agreement, with our state and county guidelines. Now, other districts can take that risk, but we wouldn't do that to our kids or our community.
Thank you. So I just wanted to acknowledge, how painful and surprising this is for some of the people who called in, and for other folks who didn't call in. I know some families and students have been awaiting this shift for a long time, but others are, I can't summarize those calls any better than listening to them. They're painful, and they're painful to hear. As a parent, as a community member, as a board member, I think the superintendent has laid out, the two most important issues. One is the fact that we are not in a position to take it upon ourselves to implement a mandate. And the second being that we did commit as a board to following state and county health guidance. We made that agreement with our labor partners, and we can't then pick and choose which aspects of that guidance we follow at every point, right? We've done some of that, but I think we're really trying to allow the superintendent to make the decisions to align our district with those county and state health recommendations. But I just want to acknowledge that it's surprising. The board is finding out about this, at the same time, right? So this isn't something that any of us, I think, saw happening even a week ago. So I just really want to acknowledge that, and to acknowledge too that the staff are really going to work on implementing what is the actual guidance, which is that masks continue to be strongly recommended indoors. And finally, I just want to say something that I found helpful that the county health director said last week in a meeting for board members, which is that, the public health department takes seriously their power to implement mandates, and that they have to be very cognizant of abusing that power, because if you continue to mandate things when the underlying facts no longer support it, you undermine your ability to get the public on board with mandates in the future. And I think as a board, we're in a similar situation. We need to follow that guidance, because if we begin making independent decisions about public health, we undermine the trust of the community that we are able to follow the actual guidance of public health. And we may need that trust later if there is another surge and we do need to reinstate some of these requirements. So I just found that helpful in thinking about why mandates are not something that we can take lightly. But I do really empathize with those who are surprised and taken aback and fearful of this decision, or of this move that has been made. So that's my long wrap up. Go ahead, Trustee Boyd.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, before we lose this thought. I wanted to take this moment to let the callers know that we are willing to work with the families, not just have empathy and sympathy, but to work with those families and do what's best for those families. within the parameters of us moving forward. And so we will be circling back. We plan to circle back with those families. And I wanted the board to know that it's not just that we hear their concerns and feel their pain, but that we do something to support them, and we're committed to that. Sorry about that, Trustee.
No,
Boyd.
thank you for saying that. Trustee Boyd.
I'll just really quickly say I support everything that President Hinckley and Dr. Wells just said. I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that I really appreciate the openness and vulnerability that was expressed by people calling in tonight. Sometimes we don't have the option to make a decision or to reach a conclusion that is going to serve everyone. But I very much appreciate Dr. Wells saying that the district is going to be working with the families who are negatively impacted by this to the best of the district's ability. I just wanted to just lend my voice to say that your concerns are heard and they're important. And I, for one, will certainly be telling my children that they need to have their masks on in school and indoors. And as it's strongly recommended by our guidelines, I certainly encourage other families to do the same. And just want you to know that you're heard and that your concerns are important to us. And I'm sure the whole board and everyone on the call feels that way.
Great. Thank you for saying that so well. All right, we are now going to move on from this item in our agenda to item 12A, the CSBA 2022 Delegate Assembly election for Subregion 7B. And for those who only read the agenda closely today, as I did, you may not have quite realized that there are 4 candidates for 4 positions. So if you could just show the backup with the names, I think the names are in the backup. There we go. So we can vote for 4 candidates, and there are only 4 candidates. So we can have a discussion, or I will take a motion. We could do the whole slate. We don't need to do candidate by candidate unless folks want to do it that way. Yeah, Vice President Duran.
I move that we approve the 4 candidates for Subregion 7B Alameda County for 2022. As noted, don't know, have to repeat all their names for the record or not.
Probably.
Okay.
It's worth stating them once. Yeah.
Okay. These 4 candidates include Kelly Mokasi, Megan Sweet, Monique Tate, and Ann White.
Second.
Okay. Trustee Dana. Are you still here? Trustee Dana?
Oh, I believe Allison left because she was feeling very tired and has a bit of work to do tonight. So she.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for letting me know. So, Trustee Lira.
Yes.
President Hinckley, this starts with you.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yes.
Trustee Doss.
Yes.
Vice President Duran.
Yes.
Great. The CSBA 22 Delegate Assembly elections passed unanimously, and we move to 12B, the amendment to the Independent Contractor Services Agreement with IMEG for the Cornell HVAC project. And I turn it over to whoever's taking it. Yeah, CBO Kim.
Sure, thank you and good evening. I'm actually turning this over to our Director of Facilities, Scott Jeffy, and this is gonna be his first presentation, and he's here with us this evening.
Thank you, CBO Kim, Superintendent Wells, President Hinckley, Board. It's a pleasure to be here. It's the facility item and it's not even midnight yet. So, I'm about 2 months into my position here and I've got a nice little amendment for you. I'm going to present to add services to an independent service contract with IMEG, who the board has engaged previously to provide ventilation and air conditioning to the Cornell Elementary School. This is in keeping with Resolution 2016-1701, which adopted the Collaboration for High Performance School Green Building Standards to be used for all school district buildings. And in doing so, we would add to their service contract, as stated in the amendment, the addition of CO2 and particulate matter sensors in all classrooms, which are integrated with the new HVAC system. Documentation for CHIPS prerequisite ventilation and indoor air quality. Documentation for CHIPS prerequisite 10 thermal comfort. And to coordinate for CHIPS prerequisite 15 acoustical performance. And these additional services come to an additional fee of $5,000 to the contract. I also wanted to acknowledge that there's a typo in this amendment. I think I was trying to conflate construction with contractor and came up with constructor, which, you know, I kind of like that, but we'll correct that if the amendment is passed.
Great, thank you. And could you just remind us what the timeline is for the completion of this, and then the installation, the bidding and installation itself?
So we're currently doing fact finding to develop a timeline. The target timeline is to have this installed this summer at Cornell. But we're working with Juan Barroso to, we're talking to contractors and architects and supply chain to develop a timeline. And I think we could present an accurate timeline at a future board meeting.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, board, any questions or a motion on this? Yeah, Trustee Davidson.
Just real quick. So this first 100,000 is just for IMEG to do the planning portion, or?
No, they would also do design and follow through with the construction implementation and all of the document and through commissioning.
And they did not know before that we wanted it to be CHIPS certified, correct? That was a change? I know you probably don't know this because you're so new.
I was not part of that contract negotiation, but I know now as part of the Environmental Action Plan Committee that this was brought to our attention that we needed to include the CHIPS documentation. We won't get CHIPS certified. There is no classification for HVAC renovation in the CHIPS certification program, but we would follow their standards.
Thank you. Trustee Doss.
Since we don't have a timeline, do we know if that will change these prices at all or make it, more or less expensive? So because of that, should we wait before approving this? Or will it be the same regardless?
This will be the only change to the IMEG contract. It would not change the cost of the project other than what's been amended here.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Oh, and welcome.
Thank you.
All right, we do have one public comment on this item. If you don't mind, thank you. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're a little faint, but pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Can you better now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So I have my headphones on just so I can listen to it at night and not be too loud from surrounding neighbors. So regarding this air vac system, I have one question, and it pertains to, let's say, there's fires during the summertime, and we're at school, and there's all this smoke in the air and particulate matter in the air. I was wondering, are the schools, for better use of words, hermetically sealed kind of classrooms or hallways or structures to where if there's a fire, our schools would be kind of a safe place to go, to kind of shelter in place if the outside air quality is no good. And since COVID, now being we're stuck indoors, and hopefully the ventilation system would make our indoor air quality better as well. This is obviously an extreme situation. But I was just hoping the planning process or even the thought process incorporated somewhat of, exterior fires on the outside to shelter in place, possibly on the inside. And equally, our schools could also be a shelter place for our community in case of an emergency situation as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Did you want to answer any of that? You're on mute.
Yes, this project with Cornell will improve that air quality during fire season. Certainly, our other buildings, we do have MERV filters which provide particulate filtration sufficient to keep high quality air even during smoky conditions. We've done a campus-wide survey primarily because of the pandemic of our air handling systems, and have improved all of our filtration systems to the MERV 13 standards.
Great, thank you. Any other questions, board, or we can take a motion? Or we can blink at each other.
Yeah, I will make
Go ahead.
If Ms. Shen could please put up the recommendation, please. I move that the Board of Trustees approve the amendment to the Independent Contractor Service Agreement by and between Albany Unified School District and IMEG for design of a new ventilation HVAC system at Cornell Elementary School.
Second.
Sorry, I muted myself. Trustee Lira?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Vice President Duron?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes. Great. The amendment passes unanimously, and we are now on item 12C, Resolution 2021-2218, the resolution to release temporary certificated employees.
Madam Chair, that would be for our Chief Human Resource Officer, Marina Gonzalez.
Thank you. So this resolution is something that we bring to the board annually. And what this is that each year the district employs certificated employees on temporary contracts. That means they're employed for a fixed term, usually for the one school year. And the reason that we do that is because these folks are backfilling either for permanent tenured employees who are on a leave of absence, or the other reason is if the position that they are employed in is funded through temporary funds. We call it categorical funding or soft funding. And so then at this time of year, we pass this resolution and we provide our temporary certificated employees with a notice, just letting them know that their temporary contract will end at the end of the year. That information is also provided up front in their temporary contract, but this is sort of a formal reminder.
Great, thank you.
And then here's the resolution.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Yeah, Vice President Duran.
Ms. Gonzalez, could you just mention the, I believe you had responded that approximately 12 positions are for returning staff and that 4 weren't. And I'm wondering, because they were categorical funding, and I'm wondering specifically what were those 4 positions?
It was in terms of FTE. And so 1 FTE is funded through school care. 2 FTE was funded through our, I want to say our ELO grant that we received when we used some of those monies to fund 2 additional FTE at the elementary. And then the remaining were fractions of FTE, and those are for also funded through COVID dollars to support the independent study for folks who are on full, like long-term independent study.
If I could just ask, I believe it was 2 positions, were they for for our substitute teachers that we've had this year?
No. We talked about, in the spring, we talked about spending some of our COVID dollars on some FTE to try to keep class sizes, to bring the class sizes down as much as possible at the elementary level. And we plugged those FTE in the grades where it would do just that.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, can I get a motion?
Okay, I move that we approve resolution number 2021-22-18 to release our temporary certificated employees.
Second.
Trustee Lira?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Excuse me, Vice President Durong?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Great. We now move to item 12D, resolution number 2021-22-19, the resolution to non-reelect probationary certificated employees.
Thank you. So this resolution is a little different. This applies to certificated employees who are actually in a probationary status. That means they're either in their first or second year of probation prior to becoming tenured. Unfortunately, this means that we are not inviting these folks back for the following year, meaning we're not renewing their contract to return. The Ed Code does require that if we are not inviting a probationary employee back, that we must pass this resolution and we must notify them by March 15th. And I think we'll bring up the resolution in just a second, and I can take any questions.
I don't see any board questions, but there's a hand raised in the comment. Would you mind putting the timer up? Great, thank you. Go ahead, Jeremiah. You might be muted.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Thank you. I'm not sure what just happened. If the list, you said release the listed to the public. Is it you just released this list of names to the public, or did we just fire a bunch of teachers? I mean, is that what just happened? Because did we just release these teachers? I mean, I don't know. I'm just concerned if it's almost 11 o'clock at night and we just fired a bunch of teachers and nobody's sticking up for them, and maybe they wanted their jobs or something. I don't know. That's all I have to say.
So just to reiterate the previous item, I think you're referring to that item. We didn't just fire a bunch of teachers. Every year we release temporary employees. They may be hired back. Some of them are funded by special funding that we don't have control over. So any or all of those people might reappear, but we do this every year. We release temporary employees, just so everyone's aware. All right, so on the current item, I see Trustee Doss, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I was just raising my hand to make a motion.
Please do.
Ms. Shannon, if you could scroll down to the language. All right. I move that we approve resolution 2021-22-19 to non-reelect probationary certificated employees.
Second.
Trustee Lira?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Vice President Durong?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson? Yes. Great, thank you.
Great. The resolution passes unanimously, and we move to 12E, ratification of the Memorandum of Understanding between CSEA and Albany School District.
Thank you. So this item, rather exciting, if you ask me. The district and CSEA worked together to identify 8 classifications that they represent that together we felt needed to be adjusted on the salary schedule, meaning based on the work that they do and as compared to surrounding districts, how we fare, how we compare, and the complexity of their roles at the sites. And we determined that these 8 classifications needed to be adjusted again on the salary schedule to help us be more competitive, as it says here, to attract and retain excellent staff. And so if we could go to the MOU. Thank you so much. So here we have the list of classifications, the current range, and the new proposed range. And this change would take effect on March 1st. And then we also negotiated a second piece related to anniversary date, so that all positions in the CSEA bargaining unit advance on the salary schedule or move up a step on July 1st of each year, which is what we do with our certificated staff. So we're just aligning that practice. So it's a short MOU.
Great, thank you. Vice President Duran.
Ms. Gonzalez, I think you have every reason to be excited about this, and congratulations on your efforts and working with CSA to put this together. So I would like to move that the board approve the ratification of Memorandum of Understanding between the California School Employees Association and Albany Unified School District.
I'll second that. Lira?
Yes.
Vice President Duran?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Great. The MOU is ratified unanimously, and congratulations, Marina. And so we move to our last review and action item for the night, the 21-22 second interim financial report.
Well, the long-awaited item, the second interim report, is appropriately assigned to our CBO, Jackie Kim, who would walk us through some updates and then have a Q&A. And then I think we'll wrap up the board meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. Okay, good evening. So this is our last item. So yay, I'm excited. Okay, Mission, if you can, thank you. Okay. Thank you. So this interim report is routinely requires state reporting along with the adoption in June, first interim in December, and then a fiscal close in September, and annual audit usually in March. So the purpose of this report is analyze and revise the operating budget for updated information and with the updated information that we have. And also we want to communicate our financial condition of the district to the board and to the County of Ed, state, and the community for the fiscal ending on January 31st, 2022. Next. And this report also updates in revenue and expenditures since the first interim. And this report also includes SAC's report that, as you see, about 130 pages and has a 3-year projection. This current year and next 2 years. Next. The legal requirements. So there are 3 categories of the certifications for this budget report. And AUSD will certify as a positive for the second interim 2021-22, meaning that district will meet our financial obligations for the current and next 2 years. Next, please. So the enrollment trend. So as you can see that we are in a declining district for our enrollment. This does not include any changes in TK. As you heard that TK, the enrollment period will move from December to January. So we'll count from December 2nd to February 2nd. However, those information is not included in the projection because currently we have about 50-60K. But as of yesterday, I see about 33 enrolled TK. So we just, we are not at the position that we know how many more students we are going to have. Next. Okay, so we are going to go over some changes from the first interim report. So the major change, the biggest change here you will see is the COLA is now up to 5.33 in fiscal year 22-23 and 3.61 in 23-24. This is a really, really great news for all the school districts in California. And the governor proposed changing in the funding formula from the grader of current and prior year ADA to the grader of current, prior, or the average of 3 prior years ADA, whichever grader. So, and when, as you can see, instead of getting funded in 22-23 year, in the third column, 3390.81, we are going to get funded at 3453.66, the highlight items. It's about 63 ADA higher. And in 23-24 year, we are going to get funded. This is all projection numbers, 3401.38, which is about 83 ADA higher than the current funding formula. So it's going to be a really big change and a really great news for the all school districts. And next. So these are the second pages of the changes. So the first one, Educator Effectiveness Grant. So the plan was approved by the board in December to hire Director of Professional Development. So this is in our budget. The second item is also in our budget. And the third, pre-kinder planning grant, well, the grant amount was just released last week, so then this is not included in the second interim. And the last item, A to G completion improvement grant, 91,000. This was just released and announced last night, so it's not in the second interim. So these last 3 plans, the following 3 plans will be brought to the board by our assistant soup, Dr. Shin, in future board meetings. Next. So the changes again. So this is, I will say the last changes I'm going to share this evening. Another big change we have is Albany Children's Center preschool program. So we just received amended contract sometime in January, which is 981,756. It's about 262,000 more than what we expected to have. So this is a really big win for the district, and this is a really great news for our program. So overall, the tightening of this budget creates more accurate and timely financial picture, but does not include any unanticipated items, which is like negotiations or litigations or any other items or new unexpected expenditures or revenue. Okay, and then we are going to go maybe look at more details in preschool budget in the next page. Okay, it's kind of hard to see, but as you can see, the CSPP, the first column, is the state preschool program. And with the increase of 262K, we don't see a deficit anymore. So I'm really, really excited about this. However, one thing I do not have an answer at this time is we are working with the state and county. Then my question is this: when you look at the CSPP program, net income of 116,000, can we transfer or can we use this fund CCTR program? So that is still in question. We will have to work with the state and the county and see if we can subsidize the CCTR program from the CSPP program. So then the general fund does not have to contribute. And we are expecting to have a board workshop about this children's center later on, so we can talk more about how we can mitigate any losses or any more details in the program. Because we do notice that there's a less enrollment in the programs. Okay, the next page. Okay, another thing, so Albany Aquatic Center, this, well, you don't really see this specific resource or program in the big report. However, this is included in the general fund unrestricted fund. So at this point, we are anticipating to have about 400,000 as a revenue and little over 600,000 in expenditures. So we are projecting to be at loss of over 200,000. So I will be working very closely with our director of Aquatic Center, the plans and what we can do to mitigate this loss. So this will be also brought to the board in the budget workshop. The next page. Thank you. So this is a total general fund revenue pie chart. You will see that about 80% of the general fund revenue is from the state. And again, thanks to our Albany community, 13% of our revenue is from the parcel tax. Okay, next. This is the general fund expenditures. So this, as you can see, district spends about 83% of the budget on salaries and benefits for our employees. And this is very typical and common for other school districts as well. Okay, next. So here is the multi-year projection. You will see that I will say the big changes here is the third row, funded ADA. You will see the big jump in 22-23 and 23-24. And also you will see a big jump in COLA for the next 2 years. So with that, you will see that we have a higher rate in per student. So this current year, we are getting between 8,600 to about 10,000. In 2 years, it's gonna go up, even up to like 11,600. Okay. And next, please. Okay, so this one, we gotta really look at it closely because it's really hard to see it. Next page. So with these assumptions, Ms. Jenny, if you can go a little further down in the page. Yes, so at this year, in the current year, you have about 14.96 of reserve. In next 2 years, you will see 12.68% and 8.81%. And I did a little bit of the projection for 24-25 year because the number we are going to bring it to the board in June, which is in next 4 months. In next month is in June is 22-23, 23-24, and 24-25 year. And that fourth year, we are projecting about at 4%. So that will be like a third year in June. Okay, the next page. Okay, thank you. So this is really the next step. So after tonight, In next month, we will have 2021 bond audit report. And May 2022, we have May revised workshop meeting that the government proposes the revised budget for the next school year. In June, we will have 22-23 year budget public hearing and adoption. So this is the end of the presentation, and any questions?
Thank you. Thank you for going last tonight. It's always hard to present a lot of dense information at almost 11 p.m. I don't know if these are questions. I guess I'm looking forward to both the budget workshop and the ACC workshop so that we can really understand what's happening with the pool, for one thing, and with ACC. I'm very glad to hear that ACC is now balancing out for the year. That's fantastic news. But as I know I've talked with you about, I am concerned about, and a little confused about the enrollment drop in the after-school program from 300 to 200 kids from pre-pandemic to this year. So I think having that conversation in the ACC workshop, I'm very much looking forward to, so we can better understand the dynamics of what's happening there. And I'm surprised at the pool deficit. That's really, really concerning. And so I know that I had asked just recently for us to get some information in a Friday update, perhaps, about what decisions are being made. I know we're not offering swim lessons right now. We don't have any programming set up to bring revenue in, although we have been hiring. So I think the board just really needs to understand what's happening there, because $200,000 to spend out of our general fund on the pool is huge. And so with no real end in sight, because there's no, I go to the website and look, and there's no end in sight for that sort of deficit, because there's no revenue programming on the books or in the pipeline. So I really hope that we can get some really detailed information very quickly to understand if we need to make some decisions to kind of stem that situation. I guess those are my only comments for now. Thank you I know it's a lot there's a lot of moving pieces, and we're coming out of a pandemic where some of this programming was hard to do, but I want to make sure that we're not setting ourselves up to discover a year from now that the pool is still costing us money on that scale. So with that, I'll let other board members ask their questions. Vice President Duran.
Actually, I kind of just will quickly sort of discuss again what you have already said. The first being that the pool used to be super popular, used to generate money. The community was very much like the activities at the pool. Now, I understand COVID put a quick stop to that, but since then, are we really being aggressive at opening programs again? Are you able to answer that, Ms. Kim? CBO Kim?
So we actually had staffing issues because a lot of people has left, but we hire a lot of guard and the teachers, instructors. So we are in a good position at this time. We last month we just did training for all our staff because there is a required training before they actually serve as a lifeguard. So now we can really put the plan in place. And at this point, the Aquatic Center director is out. She just got married. So she's going to be back tomorrow. So I'm going to be working with her on more details plan. I'll get more information from her. And I will give the board an update, and we will have a study session.
Okay, great. And the other comment or question was in terms of the ACC budget and the fact that they are, that they're in the green Is it the green? That they're
Black.
doing well. Okay, they're doing well right now. This may be an off the wall question, but why is it the legal reasons why ACC pays for or has to support now the before and after school program? Or can we pull the before and after school program, make it independent and have it, be self-sufficient as opposed to relying on ACC that has been having trouble and finally is seeing the light of the day?
So in the past, the before and after school program is really the money-making program and used to support the state preschool program. But because of a pandemic, we didn't have a lot of families enrolled into the program for the before and after school care. So last year and this year, we are looking at the deficit for the before and after school program. Now, preschool program is the program has been suffering with the loss in many years. So then the after school program parents' fee were really funding for the state preschool program in the past. But it just happened this year, which is in January of 2022, that the state just announced a new rate for the state preschool program. The governor is putting more money into this early education. So now we are really looking into more reimbursement rate and daily rate. So that's why the funding is a little changed in a way. But to answer your question, Vice President Duran, yes, I think we always have to look at the funding as a two separate funding because it's not a same program. It happened to be in under one director, but it is a separate program. So it should really self-sustain as on its own CSPP and CCTR.
Okay, thank you. And I certainly also look forward to the workshop coming up about ACC because, for a moment, it almost looked like we were going to be cutting back one of the classrooms. And I think that is definitely something we do not want to do. And so hopefully we'll have an opportunity to discuss that further and how to be sure that ACC remains healthy in the future.
Yes.
I had just a comment, question about the longer term fiscal picture. I know you mentioned that you calculated out, by the time the board sees the budget proposals in June or maybe a little bit earlier, we'll be looking at whether we meet the 3% threshold in 24, 25, I think it is. And you said we're going to be probably around 4%. But I just wanted to confirm that none of those projections include any raises that we might give to staff in upcoming years, correct? So those all assume that people are only getting whatever increases they're entitled to with the step and column, but it doesn't, if we were to approve raises in the future, as we go through negotiations, that would add to that structural deficit that is definitely growing each year. I just wanted to clarify that so that people sort of know what our overall financial position is and know what to expect as we start going through the budget process.
That is correct. That is absolutely correct.
And we do also have a budget workshop. I guess we're going to be spending a lot of time talking about this stuff on April 19th. Is that right? Is that when the board's budget workshop is? Okay, for the overall budget. Great. If there's no other board questions, there's a public comment. Great, thank you. Go ahead, Shannon.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to thank CBO Kim and, this stuff it's really, really important. And I would love to, first of all, CBO Kim is so excellent at explaining things and putting things in a really clear way. And I find her reports both interesting and sometimes alarming, but I would love to see these reports happen earlier in the meeting at some point where people can actually, first of all, appreciate all the work that goes into this, but also weigh in on some of these questions. I suspect, for example, if you're on the pool email list, like I am, you would not at all be surprised to find that the pool is in a massive budget deficit because there have been a million different kinds of problems with the pool over the last year. So I just want to say that I appreciate you staying on these board meetings really late, and I hope we get to hear from you in prime time sometime soon, CBO Kim. And I noticed that we still are functioning at a deficit despite what appears to me some really promising developments. And I hope that we can talk about this as a community and as a board at an earlier hour sometime soon. Thanks.
Great, thank you. So speaking of an earlier hour, the public is welcome to attend our early budget workshop on April 19th. I don't remember what time it starts though, but Jackie will have the floor for the entire time. So that will be our opportunity to discuss this, not at 11 at night. All right, so we do need to take action on this to formally approve the second interim financial report, if there are no other questions.
I move that we approve the second interim report.
Second.
Trustee Lira?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson? Yes. Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Vice President Duran?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. The 21-22 second interim financial report is approved unanimously. Thank you, Jackie, for all your work and for being up late. So we now move to agenda items introduced by the board. So we have 3 meetings this month. We have a workshop next Tuesday on a special workshop on secondary grades from 6 to 8. That is virtual. And then March 22nd, regular board meeting, and then a special workshop on the math department from 6 to 8 on Tuesday, March 29th. I believe that possibly after March, we may be transitioning back to City Hall for some type of in-person hybrid meeting, but we still don't know exactly when that might happen. So these will all be virtual workshops that are open to the public, and we'll make sure people know about them. So I don't have any notes on agenda items coming out of this meeting. So if I missed one, let me know, or if you have an addition, let me know. Yeah, Trustee Doss.
Not necessarily an agenda item, but there was some follow-up information that was requested. So follow-up, Dr. Biggs was going to go into some more detail around when we were having that discussion about the facility. So that could just be an email follow-up. It doesn't have to be an agenda item. And then I had mentioned to Dr. Wells and Principal Brill around a follow-up around hiring practices. So, and then maybe also our Chief Human Resource Officers might participate in that follow-up. So just some follow-up around those topics would be beneficial. But it doesn't necessarily have to be an agenda item. Just a kind of update to the board would be great.
I think we are, now I'm muted. I think we are due to get an update on hiring and diversity part 2 sometime this semester. I might be making that up, but yes, that may reappear on the board.
No, not this time. You're right on target. It is.
Okay.
And then you mentioned, going back in person, hybrid, but I guess there's going to be more follow up around that as well, just with like where in person and the virtual option, or so we'll hear more about that at a later date, or.
Yes, we'll certainly hear more about it before it happens, before we transition away from Zoom. Yep. All right, I don't see anything else, so we are adjourned. I will see everybody next Tuesday. Take care.